Good morning, everybody. I'm still eating. I decided to, I don't know, I
Good
just
morning,
felt like
everybody.
mini pizzas.
I'm still eating.
Why do I have,
I decided
why
to.
is the double look? Oh my god. I get like instantly so annoyed by double sound. Like, there's nothing which can tilt me that fast, I think. But yeah, I just felt like mini pizzas, so now I made myself mini pizzas like 5 minutes ago. So yeah, like I ate one of them already, even though it was way too hot. Because I just couldn't wait. Because I don't know, yeah, I had a craving at like, yeah, it's like not breakfast technically, so it's not that bad. Nothing tilts you that fast, not even a Katarina support. Nah, definitely no. Like a game will never tilt me as fast as stream issues. Like unexplainable stream issues is a thing where I'm just traumatized. So that's tilting me really fast, but like nothing in game ever will match that. Except I think honestly something which could tilt me that fast would be if I play Minecraft with somebody and we're sort of like making the interior design of a house or something. Um and they just purposefully put everything not like symmetrical or like where it's supposed to go, but just like slightly off. That would tilt me super quick as well. Because if it's not incompetence, but just purposefully like trying to piss you off, I'm like, you get your wish, I'm pissed off. If that makes sense. Like, if the intention is clear that you're trying to piss me off, I'm gonna be pissed off. No, not really, because I mean, I have ways where things are supposed to go, and I'm just happier if they are there. Um, it's not OCD, like my apartment is definitely not um clean like enough for that. Um, or honestly, like things don't have enough of a place for them to qualify. Um, but yeah, like symmetry is nice, you know. I don't know. I like symmetry. And I like when I know where stuff is. Like that's really convenient actually. Like when you're looking for something in your household and you know where it is and you can instantly find it, that's pretty sick. That's a quality of life right there. But how are you doing, by the way? And welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you're here already. I love our small talk in the beginning of the stream. I'm very organized myself. I get that, especially in games. Yeah, in games it's just like I'm actually so I can't really say I'm organized in games because I am sort of one of those people where like I do like some sort of organization with like Minecraft chests, for example, and stuff. But there's also times where I just give up, if that makes sense. Like I don't know, like it doesn't make sense anymore, and then it's just like, well, GG's. Like there's sort of like a general theme, but it doesn't go any more detailed than that. Um, and then there's also always a chest which is the dumping chest, which is actually not trash, but just stuff where you didn't have the time to put it in, or didn't feel like putting it in. And then usually that chest gets full way too quick because once I sort of like put that in the game, everybody who's playing with me is always all the time gonna throw all of their shit only in that chest, and then the system doesn't work anymore. um, I'm glad you're fine. For me, it's I don't know. I had a weird morning, um, and also like yesterday was weird. Like my weekend, like on Friday and Saturday, was like really nice. But on Sunday we went to like play tennis, and I was really excited actually. So Sunday morning was also like still like uh, really good day. Um, and we expected there to be like really good weather because the sun was shining and everything, and it was like 11 degrees, and we thought like, oh my god, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be the warmest time we play tennis. Because we only started when, um, yeah, we only started playing in winter. So, um, but yeah, when we then were able to like arrive at the court, it was super foggy and super cold, and I was freezing the entire time. And then I couldn't really hit shots because in the beginning I didn't like use gloves. But then my hands were like so cold and I couldn't hit anything, and like every shot was like hurting because of just like having to hold the racket. And then I put my gloves back on, and then I didn't hit any shots because it felt so odd, having like the racket with your glove, and then just I don't know, it just felt weird. And I wasn't really able to like make it work. And then I felt like, okay, I'm like maybe warm enough now that I can like put the gloves off again. So I did that, and then it was fine, and then I felt fine again. But it took more than an hour for me to actually get to the point where I could play without gloves. Um, and yeah, so that wasn't too nice. And then I came home and I was like so cold, and I took forever to actually heat up. And I don't know, I wanted to meet with a friend in the evening. But then we just sort of ended up don't meeting, like not meeting. And I felt kind of like guilty, I guess. But at the same time I was like so done. Like I didn't even notice while playing how exhausting it was and how much effort I put into it. But once I came home I knew how I like used like all my energy on this. Um yeah. And then today morning, I think it's just honestly a really slow day. Like maybe that could be a thing actually. Like maybe like my body is still like sort of recovering from yesterday, like trying not to get sick. Because we played outdoors and it's really odd because yet like you sweat because it's like it's exhausting, right? But at the same time you freeze. Like there's parts of your body which are like really warm and they sweat, and then there's parts of your body which are really cold and they freeze. Um so yeah, I was kind of worried that I would maybe get sick. Um, but yeah, I have my tea here now, and I just I was reading a bit in the morning, taking it slow. Yeah. So today's more of like a I guess like rest recovery day for me. Yeah. And this is my small highlight. Oh, you're still going strong? Damn. Like for me, wait. For me it was over like 2 days ago. So, like, do you like, is it like really long for you? Like, does it stay really long? Because for me, like this time it was like rather long. It was like a week, like not a full week, but like 5 days. Your annual leave? Okay, how does vacation work where you live? Sweating my being cold is so annoying. Hmm. I see. So today, hopefully the last day then? Or wait, like we did talk like Monday last week about it. Hmm. No, I think it was Thursday last week. Or was it? Hmm. Annual leave is 30 days every accommodable. Right. What? Accommodable to prior years? How does it work? So you just have the same vacation every year, and then you have like 30 days in like after each other, and then you have like no vacation for the rest of the year? Nah, right? Hi Judith, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I give 30 days in addition to public holidays and sick leaves. Yeah, okay. But like usually like you pick your holiday, right? So then so here in the Netherlands, I think they give you like what they have to give you is I think like 22 days or something. And then you have your like public holidays, which are actually not many in the Netherlands. It's like 10, and like most of them are on the weekends anyways. Um, but you don't really say annual leave, um, because you use that like you don't have to use it once. So it's not like a one-time thing you have in your year. But you say like, oh, like I take a week there, I take a week there, and like sort of like do like this. So is that the same for you, or do you say annual leave because it's really just like a one-time leave thing? Ah, okay, okay, okay. Ah, okay, okay. So it's same-ish to us. But actually, that's quite a lot of holidays. That's like 30 days and then like 15 public holidays. That's kind of nice. Like, yeah, like here, Zach, I think Zach gets like 25 and he can buy five more and then he has 30. And the public holidays, I think this year are like six, maybe? Ah, no, no, no. I forgot Christmas. So eight, I think. Hi, Ellie. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Like you have to use them in January from last year though. So like mm. Oh, 15 for sick leaves. I see, I see. So you have a maximum amount of sick leaves? I can't imagine we have that here. I don't think we do. Like I'm like I know that in this just simple sense we definitely do. Don't. Um I don't know if there's maybe a thing where like if you hit a certain amount of sick leaves, um that you then I don't know, like have something bigger you need to get into or something. Or like something bigger to figure out so it's sort of like a resistance um to go over a certain amount. But I don't know if we have something like that either. Damn. So with sick leave, if you're like more sick than this, then you just like you don't get paid anymore. Like you can still be sick, but it's just like how does it work? And Ellie, how are you doing by the way? Yeah, I do know that in the Netherlands they will talk to you if you're sick for too long. Like some doctor is gonna have like an appointment with you and try to figure out how they can help you. So there's like a certain, I guess, amount of pressure because you're gonna get involved um in more stuff if you're sick for too long, if that makes sense. Like you're gonna have to talk to people and sort of explain why you're sick for so long. It's not necessarily negative, but it's just it's a thing where like nobody likes doing it right. Yeah. But yeah, I also don't think it's like from a certain amount of days. Or maybe it is. Hmm. 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 Oh no, Ellie. In Germany too, after 6 weeks, and the insurance needs to cover your pay. Mm. It's way earlier in the Netherlands, actually. Like, it's not sick in terms of like you get COVID and you're like 2 weeks sick or something, and then while you're sick, it's more of like a thing if you get sick fairly often, when you're then again on the job, they're gonna ask you to like talk to a doctor to essentially be like, is there anything we can do better here? And like is there anything which needs to change in the work environment? Or is there anything you might need to change at home to be able to function better? So it can literally be that like for 3 months or something, you were sick for like a weekend in each month. And if you're like the business you work at, it's like, oh, that seems like a lot, you know? Then they're gonna be like, hey, like, is there anything like we can do? Like, do you want to talk to that doctor? Like, do you need any support because you're sick kind of often and stuff like this? Yeah. So it's not negative, but coming from Germany, it feels really weird. Hmm. I see. Hi, Talon. And hi, Chu. Welcome, welcome. You were forced to go to work when you had COVID. Chill. I mean, to be honest, me too, because I was in a weird contract. Like, it was a study internship contract. In that contract, I wasn't allowed to be ill for longer than 5 days for that half year. Um, and there was no way to make that like have any mm, excuse there. Like, it didn't matter what I had. And it wasn't like I couldn't be ill longer, but it was like if you're ill longer, you need to make your internship longer for all of the days you have been sick. So for the first 5 days, which would have been free, and then for like all of the other ones, like for all of that, you would have need to like do the internship longer. Your contract though is a time contract, right? So essentially, in that moment, you need to get another contract with the business you're doing the internship in. If you don't get that contract, your internship does not count, even though you worked there half a year, just because you were like sick for 6 days instead of 5, because they didn't want to let you work there for a day longer or like give you a contract for that amount longer. Um, and the other thing is the next semester starts, right? And so you might not be able to actually like work there still because the next semester is starting already and you got courses and stuff. So it's a really weird situation where like, oh, technically you can be sick, like don't worry. But at the other like on the other hand, it's gonna fuck up your schedule so much that you might not be able to make it. So when COVID hit, like I got my chronic headache and I was sick for 6 days, and they actually made me aware of that contract, or that this was said in the contract because I never in hell would have imagined that. And then I had to work one day in again. Like that was the way I was able to fix it with them, which was like really nice. Um, but yeah, I wasn't able to be sick for any other day. So um, yeah, no matter what I had, I essentially showed up. And thankfully, we had like home office for a sort of longer period of time. So it was way easier to like show up sick, and you didn't really like endanger any other people. But it was really weird and definitely not healthy. Like it might have actually been the reason why I still have headache now, because I wasn't able to like, yeah, take the take the sick leave I would have needed back then. Yeah. There's more focus on prevention in the Netherlands, isn't it? With that stuff, yeah. I guess like with the people like talking to like with work and finding a better solution, I would argue so. But I guess it also depends on the workplace, right? Like I don't know if that's the same case with like every workplace. Yeah. But thank you for asking, Talon. I'm doing like okay, like it's a slow day, trying to rest and recharge after the weekend being quite exhausting. But it's good. I just yeah, I have my tea here. I was reading. Yeah. But it's definitely like rest and recovery. Okay. How about you? I was a site engineer for a big company, so missing one day can be very catastrophic. I see. Oh my god, Grumpy. That seems like an impossible job, actually. Like for all 200 plus branches alone? That seems insane. Hi, Tony. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? We're just doing a bit of small talk actually right now, I think. Getting a little bit into, I guess, work environment, and how different systems have different solutions. So we were talking a little bit about the difference between like Germany and the Netherlands. Grumpy is sharing like her experiences as well. Yeah. That room that has big monitors and computers and everything, the controls in it basically. I was, oh my god. Like with like all these like different monitors like hanging like all the way to the ceiling. Yo. That at the same time, it sounds like so cool, but it sounds so stressful as well, Grumpy. Like, how did you like hold up? Hi Mirandex and hey Kumar, welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? Oh, you started reading the book, Kumar? I'm so glad. How do you like it so far? You're doing well, Tony. That's really good to hear. For me, it's just a rest and recovery day, like a slow day. I've been doing some reading. Got my tea here. Yeah. The weekend was very busy. I've been finishing the Breaking Negative Thinking Patterns book, right? And now I've actually catched up on another book I was reading before, and it's about relationship psychology. And it's really interesting. So there's there's one sentence which sort of like stuck with me because I think it's so interesting. And it's so true, but it's one of those truths where I didn't really understand them for like super long. But they made a really like nice metaphor saying that um to dance good salsa with each other, you need to get the trust that stepping on feet is gonna be fine. So essentially, like to train with each other, to be able to get to know each other, to like put more work in and explore more and just progress and progress and progress and progress. You need to be able to make mistakes and know it's going to be fine. Because otherwise, you would be super anxious to take even one step and you wouldn't feel safe enough to try and dance salsa and learn it, right? And I don't know, I thought it's a really, really nice metaphor, I think, actually. Because that's really about like just social relationships, right? Doesn't even need to be like your partner, it can be your friend. But to form like a really good relationship to whoever really, there's always going to be the possibility to make mistakes. But to be really comfortable with each other and to be able to be really comfortable with each other, you need to know that making mistakes is going to be okay. And I thought that's so sweet. Such a cute metaphor, I think. It's good. I'm on the identification part of the modes. I'm really curious about the part two. That's real juice I'm there for. I can't wait to hear feedback on the book. But I'm glad you like it. I also really enjoyed it. I think it's really nicely written, right? Like they're sort of like very, they don't use too many words. Like they don't waste time. um, but they explain it well enough with examples and everything that you can actually like understand what they mean. Which is also, I think, like it's one of those like balances, I think, which is especially important in books where the topic you talk about is like a really yeah, intellectual topic, let's say. So for example, like psychology, I think is especially one of those topics. It's a hard balance to not over explain and like waste time and then you just lose focus because like, oh my god, we're going over this for the fifth time already. And on the other hand, being like, okay, how do we know? Where do we find out? Is that common knowledge? What do you want from me? I think that's one of those balances where like some books are like too fast and other books are like way too slow. But they do it like really like it's one of the most fast-paced books, I think. which has a like big enough explanation that I think anybody can understand it. It was a really stressful job. Any missing records can cause a penalty. And oof, I see. Mm. Today, Mirandex, or when is your exam coming up? Been all right. Just watched the Super Bowl at a pub. Happy that someone from my country was part of the winning team. Was it nice? Were there like a lot of other people watching the Super Bowl as well? There like a nice atmosphere, Talon. One thing I learned on the first page was the first situation that she shared involved a term that I had not been able to put to words. Like I tell people I got kind of bullied for a year almost, but I actually got mobbed. So yeah, yeah. The kids would think I was dirty or couldn't be touched like that one wimpy kid book. Mm, yeah. Yeah, honestly, stuff like this is super hard because you like, yeah, you just experience the rejection, but there's like, it's really hard to do something against it actually. Like I always feel for kids who have like skin issues. So there was like one boy in our school who had like had really bad skin issues. So like actually like the skin of his hand would always like flake off and everything, but also like everywhere of his on his body actually. And because of that, like nobody wanted to like share the table with him or do anything with him because everybody thought it's like disgusting. But it's like at the end of the day, right? It's just like he personally, like that kid can't really do much against it. Like he would need a proper doctor and like proper like good creams and everything to like get that like skin condition in check, right? But it's like so hard, I guess, because like if you're a teenager, like your hormones go like all the way down and up and everything. And I can imagine that like even for doctors, it's probably hard to match what's missing in that moment because it changes so much. But yeah, it's a very tough situation of like, yeah, just being generally rejected and it's hard to change the situation. Mind you, I don't read books at all on the core stuff for education. I wanted to read this because I saw it as educational, but it's very accessible. And a book with pictures, sign me up. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I love about it as well. Like it's really like it's getting straight to the point, but exactly like you say, like it strikes a really nice balance between being fast paced but being accessible for everybody. So that's really what I love about the book. Hi Raka, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing I'm doing all right. I'm like today is rest and recovery. Got a tea here. We're gonna take it slow. The weekend was very busy. And then today afternoon, actually I can unmold some dice because I made some dice on the weekend. Can't wait how they're gonna look. Tried some new techniques. There was a lot of people. The atmosphere was amazing. Talked to a lot of people as well, which was a surprise. Well, that's really nice, Talon. I mean, maybe you can even make some new friends there or something. Have some like watch buddies for like for any upcoming matches. I heard that like from a friend of so from a coworker, but also a friend. Um from my husband. It's they have switched places quite often because his wife is actually like very successful and she's always changing jobs and now they actually moved to Singapore and they get like it's like fairly like unstressful because they get the apartment and everything like always like for work and stuff And he's then always just like looking for a job like somewhere like close to her so they can like move together. Um, and what he says is whenever they try to find new friends, he always does this thing where like after work, he goes or like when he has, for example, like home office, like whenever he sort of can, he goes to a close by cafe to his where his apartment is. And then he just does that for like a couple months. He becomes like a really well-known regular essentially. And apparently, what's okay, not even funny. Well, apparently, um, they because he gets like such a regular, he gets to know people there then. So it's so like he said, it's one of the best strategies for him to find new friends. Like apparently it works like really, really well. And yeah, it's just like he just shows up, goes to the same like cafe and just spends time there, becomes a regular, and then he sort of like over time he also notices who else here is a regular, right? And then I don't know, when somebody like didn't show up for a while and then shows up again, he's maybe gonna be like, ah, you're back and stuff like this, and then they get talking. And I think it's a really smart way actually. Because it's so much like school, right? Like the way we made friends in school and why it was like so much easier than like later on in life, is because we were essentially stuck with a group of people for a long amount of time. And we just sort of got to know them, even if we didn't want to. Like we got to know them on their bad days and on their good days. And it was like so many people there. Like some of them you always click with. Like it might not be many, but like some of them you always do. And he just uses the same principle. Like he always shows up at the same place and he's gonna like spend time with people and he's gonna get to know people and people are gonna get to know him on a good working day and on a bad working day. And yeah, then you just get to know each other. Like very natural actually. That's why I always say like go to a club because it's so nice. It's today. I started the exams thinking I'm not able to be approved and I will fail all exams because I just can't focus. And I think I may be approved in every exam. Oh my god. Let's go, Mirandex. I believe in you. Let's see how it's going to turn out. I hope it's going to be really, really good, Mirandex. But I'm glad you were able to do such a good job. How were you able to deal with the stress before the exam? Like, did you go back to the advice I think like Bilibili gave you one time of like just drink a tea, calm down? Like, did you talk to a friend? Skin issue kids, even darker color skin or white color skin are very differentiable from brown. Mm, I'm not sure how you mean this. Like, did you also have skin issues where like your skin has like different shades or you're waiting for D&D? Yeah, I really felt like D&D on Friday, but then I thought like, oh, like nobody's answering back. Probably nobody has time. And then I actually remembered I still had like wanted to do a present for a friend for Saturday, so then I started going with this. Are you watching the Olympics, Raka? Oh my god, there's so much going on nowadays. Like the Olympics, the Super Bowl, so many sporting. I see. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? This actually, I had to think back of a friend, and she told me that uh, for her, her mom actually had to teach her how to make friends at school. Um, because her mom saw her like not playing with anybody in like the breaks, but only like walking sort of like on the fence, like up and down, essentially. And then her mom was just like, huh, that doesn't seem neurotypical. So let me actually explain to you how friends work. And she turned out like amazing. Like she's able to like make so many friends. And I feel like sometimes I don't know, like maybe I would have needed that too. Like maybe it would have been helpful if somebody explained to me how this shit works. I think there's probably so many kids who would just need that mum to be like, "Do you need help?" You're welcome, Talon. Like I haven't tried it myself with going to the cafe. I personally I use Bumble. But I think going to the cafe is definitely a really good idea. Hi, Joelle. Welcome, welcome. Such cute emotes. Oh, in your classrooms, the number of kids was 52 to 58. That's huge. At the same time, that can make it better, right? Like, it can make it worse, but it can make it better as well. Like, it's like if you have something for what you are rejected by everybody, it makes it worse because it's a bigger number, right? Um, but at the same time, you have a higher possibility of clicking with somebody. So, in that sense, it can be nice. And you have a sort of, I guess, a chance of maybe just like becoming invisible to the people who don't like you. But yeah, don't stress too much before the exam. And it's weird because after the exam, I forgot everything I did. But the biggest war was focused during the preparation for exam. My mind is every time 1,000 kilometers per hour and thinking about such a useless thing. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm at the same time, I'm really glad. Like we talked about it a couple times, right, Mirandex? And I hope we were able to help a little bit. And I'm really glad that in the end, now your exams apparently turned out fine, or maybe even really good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I always said I'm great at making friends, and I was. All of that stuff happened when I shifted schools. Mm, I see. So you were the new kids in such a big class. Like being the new kid anywhere can be really hard. You just work with like procrastination, child. Oh, just like doing everything before the exam, and for subjects you don't like, you just don't study at all. I mean, if that works for you, I'm glad. Because I think for a lot of people, it sadly just doesn't. Like in university, I definitely had to learn subjects I didn't feel like learning. Yeah, like my classroom was like, it wasn't 14, like we were definitely more, we're like between, I think between 25 and 30 usually. Um, But yeah, not 50 to 60. Like 50 to 60 is a lot. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think in university it definitely gets harder to learn everything just beforehand. Like for most exams I still did, but the learning everything beforehand was like starting a week beforehand and then like hustling, actually hustling. Like just studying the entire day into the night, sleeping, waking up, studying again. And yeah, I can't really recommend that. But I do have to say some of the classes were easier than others. But also my university was sort of like a really small one, so welcome Red Rum. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Today I'm just chilling. So I got my tea, resting, recovering. That's the vibe. Yeah. Hi Asta, welcome, welcome. And hi for morning. How you doing? Definitely was a giggle. Oh, I'm still tired. Also, I have muscle pain so bad from tennis yesterday. Oh, like while I was playing, I didn't notice how much like effort I was putting into it. Oh, oh my god, no way. My shoulder is hurting so much actually. Like when I try to like massage here, it's so bad. Oh my. Like the left side is better. This is definitely because of tennis, yeah. Because the right side is so bad. It's like super, super hard. It doesn't give at all. Oh, you have burning headache. Is there anything you can do against it for? No, you still have to have liquid food, Asta. Oh, I thought this go would go away like way sooner. Damn. Yeah, liquid food is definitely it's hard. Till next Wednesday. So not even this week Wednesday, but like next week Wednesday. Yeah, not this. Oh my god. I just checked the calendar. Just because I felt like this is gonna be like super long, but like seeing it in the calendar is even worse. Oh man. Like maybe I don't know. I guess like soups, but like honestly, like eating like only liquid food for so long is gonna suck. Like no matter the food, I think. Because there's just not as much variety probably. Oh, I would hate this so bad. Like I really like crunchy texture and so how are you holding up so far, Asta? My shoulder feels like it's being stabbed, burnt, frozen, crushed, and torn apart all at the same time. What did you do, Red Rum? Why? You tore your shoulder muscle recently, Joel? Oh, damn, guys, you gotta be careful. We permanently torn tendons and was it? Like, oh, damn. How did that happen, Red Rum? Like, that seems really tough. Hmm. The work injury. Oh. Hi, Navandro. Welcome, welcome. I'm just I'm just resting and relaxing today, Navandro. How about you? Oh, that's very healthy, Asta. Nice. The procrastination and late night ADHD crisis cramming does not work anymore. Anyone who's doing it, please practice changing your ways before your education you too, and then you'll have to learn new things kids already know. I mean, I do have to say as well, I actually would have liked to learn learning in school. But I was sadly just too good in regular school. So I'm like, the steak is too juicy and the bread is too buttery. Suffering from success. But it's I just yeah, I didn't really learn to learn. Um, except in one in how do you say this in English? In one subject, which is Latin, because I chose Latin. Oh, and English actually. I chose Latin and English. I was so bad. So for those two, I had to learn, and I was so unable to learn that I actually got like a one of those like not a teacher, but like somebody who's teaching you, um, like after class in a one-on-one setting. Um, and I'm actually glad I got the experience of like learning at all, because otherwise I think it would have been even worse. So for example, Zach didn't get the experience of learning at all, and he's really bad if he has to put effort in to get better. Because he's really so used to just being naturally better than others. Which is honestly like it sounds privileged, but it's a curse once you have to do stuff which takes effort. And the thing is, with everything in life, you will always like it's gonna be easy to learn the first part, but then it's like slow progress, because then actually the sort of life experience and repetitions and this type of learning is coming in, of just getting the exercise. And if you can't hold through that time because you don't get enough positive feedback of you like progressing, and you feel like you're stuck because you're so used to this amount of positive feedback from progressing, it's actually really hard to get through that part and keep your motivation. So I definitely agree with Kumar. It's really useful to learn to to have a high like frustration tolerance when it comes to learning, like to build that up, because it's not going to be a thing overnight you're going to be fine with. But if you build that up like once to like a good amount, I think it probably like will help you your entire life. Oh, I see, Navandro. What feeling do you have about your exam? Photon muscles could be a band. Fair. With the potatoes and carrots, my soup isn't watery, so I think that might help. Yeah. I mean, if you just like puree like super many vegetables and then put some cream in it, like soups can be really, really nice and creamy. Exactly, Kumar. I had Latin in high school because my school was a green school, like landscaping, farming, and animal care. Damn. Did you like No, okay, you hated Latin. Because I hated Latin so much. Oh my god. Jelly, what is that not good at? I did a lot of things. Like that's the part, like, because in school it's like the things you learn are like all of them are like very theoretical, right? So usually if you're like smart intellectually, you're gonna be able to succeed in school pretty easy. But once real life hits, you know, and for example, like now you don't want to be good at something theoretical, like, I don't know, like English anymore, but you want to be good at tennis, you have to actually put effort in and repetition and time in to get better. It's the same, for example, with playing an instrument or getting good at video games or like so many things. Hmm. I think it's actually so interesting that you had the option for German, Kumar. I feel like German is like such a unimportant language, if that makes it. Like, there's not many people who speak it, no? No. I liked school because I always just like I had so much free time when I was in school. Like I was so fast with homework and like most homework I just did while other classes were running or I did it like at home but then I was like super fast at it. So I don't know, I just had so much free time in school, which was really nice. All right, Joel. Success with your work and thank you for coming by. It was a pleasure. German teacher was too strict. She was not the vibe and the German was not part of the official curriculum. Uh, the German teacher being too strict is very on brand though. The German should have had to learn Dutch. I mean, to be fair, I think some schools which are close to the Netherlands have the option to learn Dutch. But I mean, for like the entirety of Germany to have to learn Dutch, that would not really make sense, right? Like, there's so many countries we like have like borders with, and we don't even learn their language. Like even learning French is a choice. Like, you don't have to. So it's just one of those things where like I'm glad we have to learn English, and that's already like the English of like the average English skills are still too bad. So that's yeah. Mm. I mean, I think it's really good that you have so many options. I think having options is always nice, right? So, for example, like I would have loved the option to learn Dutch. I didn't have the option to. At the same time, though, I wouldn't have used it because I didn't know I would like move to the Netherlands, right? Thank you, Judith. You had French, and the only thing you know how to say is "I don't understand." Come on, you for sure also know how to say "my name is Ellie" or something, for sure. Or like how to order a croissant or something. No? You speak enough languages. I mean, I okay. I don't know how to answer to this. It's more like a statement. But it seems like it's an answer to my question, but I don't think I questioned anything. It's like it seems loaded. Like, I speak enough languages, you can't force me. It's like, okay. But yeah, like I would like to speak more languages, but at the same time I'm super bad at speaking, like learning languages. Because it's one of those things where I need to learn with effort, but at the same time it's actually also my like I'm really bad at learning languages, like remembering exact words and phrases and stuff like this, and like paying attention to grammar and all of that is a thing I don't even do in German. Like I was even bad in German, you know? And at some point I learned English to the point where like now my English is like this and I'm really proud of that. But it took over 10 years. Like and now I'm supposed to learn Dutch and I'm just like talk to me in 6 years again. Like no, literally, the only thing I remember is thank you and I don't understand. And you still passed. Like, sure, French is easy to learn, but proper pronunciation is so hard. It will never sound good. Aw. Yeah, I thought honestly that would be the same case for me in English, but I'm glad it's getting better. Speak Dutch, Indonesian, English, bad German, and learning Brazilian Portuguese. Damn, that's actually a lot of language. You also pass and don't remember anything. I learned more German from organic chemistry, like King zusammen. Run a clip of Great Broken English. Wait, which clip of my broken English? Excuse me? Which one? There's probably many. You know, English and German, Dutch is the middle ground, and time does not matter. Talk to you in Dutch in 6 years, I'll remember. Okay, I'm glad you did. It's like always like because there's so like so many people think that it's like super easy to learn Dutch for German people because they say like yeah it's the same thing, right? And then like I come along and I'm just like no 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 no. It's like I understand the sentiment, okay, but if you're bad at learning languages it doesn't matter how easy it is, it's still bad. And honestly, it's because the language is so close, I just don't remember actually Dutch words. I just remember like, oh, this was German and this was English, and this was German and this was English and this was weird, and this was English and this was German. And then every time I have to form a sentence, I'm like, okay, was this German? Was this English? Or was this weird? Like, it's so hard because it's not its own language in my brain, if that makes sense. What did I major in? I didn't finish my studies because, like, I don't know if I've told you before, but I sort of fled the country, from my family situation. So I have 6 semesters. Yeah, and that's it. No, 5 actually. Yeah, true. Because I didn't get the sixth, and I had the seventh secured, uh, but I studied game engineering. Hmm. Maybe need to see if there's some like Indonesian friends you can find in the Netherlands, Asta. You can speak Indonesian with. It can be really, really nice to have people to speak in your comfort language in. I didn't even know that like Dutch is so similar to Swedish. No pineapple on pizza. Like if you eat that, you can eat the entire pizza. Don't ask if I want a slice. Don't. I don't like the idea of pineapple. Like warm pineapple is already a stretch, but warm pineapple with s- so weird, right? So what I honestly can, what I sort of like found out for myself at least is, wait, is the stream gone? Wait. Hmm. For me, it looks like it's going. No. Okay, so everybody's here. Everything good? Okay. So the thing I sort of like came to understand, and this is like my personal opinion, um, is in so many communications, it actually is low key not even bad to disregard what what the person is saying and only look at what they're showing, what type of emotions they're showing. Um, because we have so many coping mechanisms which essentially influence what we're saying and influence the logic which is going on in our heads. So I don't mean to like absolutely dismiss somebody and then just overrule what they're saying, like absolutely not. But how this helped me is because sometimes it's like really confusing to talk to a person because their gesture and mimic and just their how they present themselves, or like what their body is saying essentially and what their face is saying, is something else than the words they were saying, right? And we know that, for example, like with emotions, it's like it's way easier to like change what you say than change what you show. Even though, of course, like the more time you get, you can also like change what you show, and there's also like a bunch of conflicting emotions, um, in a lot of moments. But like people will, for example, with like overcompensation. So overcompensation was explained in a book I was reading, like it's the breaking negative thinking patterns. And overcompensation is essentially a coping mechanism where instead of like I'm just gonna pick an example. Like somebody does something, you get triggered, and technically you feel scared. But how you present to the outside and how you react is angry and intimidating. And this is essentially overcompensation because you don't want to, like, in order to not seem like a victim and not become a victim, you choose to behave like you're really, really intimidating and really scary instead. Because you essentially came to the conclusion that this is the best way you can save yourself and protect yourself. Um, so instead of like crying because something hurt you, you might, for example, become offensive, or become like really intimidating, or low key mean and whatever. Like it can be like really anything. It can also be overcompensation, for example, if you behave like it didn't hurt you at all and become really cold, sort of like nobody can touch me in that regard. Um, and that's gonna change entirely how you like what you say. And it's also changing your emotions, but usually we can actually see this like first moment where people are hurt. And then we like when we look at the emotions, because the emotions are suddenly sort of so different than before, it's sort of easy to spot like, okay, this person like must be overcompensating because it was like a switch like this. Like there's something going on for sure. Um and I feel like in those moments, it's so much easier to just address the emotions of the person instead of addressing what they say. Because especially I feel like nowadays we've gotten so used to, or it's like so commonly used, to bring forward logical reasons for something. Um, so for example, to argue that you shouldn't say something like this because like everybody knows it's like hurtful and stuff like this. Like we sort of like instead of saying like this thing hurt me personally, we're always trying to make it like an official case, where like nobody can like argue against us, because like we like officially we're right here, so that person needs to see us. Like this is the law of society essentially, and like what they did is just wrong, and they need to see it that what they did is just wrong. And the the thing is though, it sounds like really smart, right? In in the beginning. Because it seems like okay, like you're scared that the other person is not going to see your feelings because they have well sort of like overstepped a boundary, so you sort of made the logical conclusion that like they don't see your feelings. So now you try to find a logical argumentation how you can like make them understand you, already sort of expecting that they don't want to. And because of that, you have like so many arguments which are supporting your case. And you make it a case which is not about you, but about the general society because you're insecure about it. Um, and the thing it does though is that it makes it a intellectual argumentation, right? So if you make something like personal which hurt you, a discussion which is based on general facts and ideas, you can discuss about this, right? So, for example, what is right or wrong in a society, like what is right to say, or what is polite to say, or what is not polite to say, is something where people will have different opinions on. And so now, because you made this a sort of logical, general, objective discussion, um, there's probably gonna be a discussion starting. Like, there's gonna be arguments, pro and con, and stuff like this. And this can be so hard for a person because they're like, in that moment, they're trying to get their emotions to be seen. But because they're putting forward this logical argument, it's the person interacts with what they're saying. And what they're saying is this discussion whether or not something is polite or wrong or right to say or nice to say or mean to say or whatever. And especially if something like some person like told you something which you felt like was insulting and you felt insulted by and hurt by, if they didn't mean to insult you in that moment, they will definitely argue against your case that this what they said is generally insulting and that they were objectively wanting to insult you. So they instantly gonna argue against you. So in that moment, you will disconnect from the person instead of connecting to the person. And now coming back to my point is concentrating on feelings instead of sort of like logic and like just words is if we would present our feelings instead, it's there's essentially not really something to argue about, right? So if we tell somebody like, I don't know, like, oh, that hurt me, like that's a fact, right? Like they can't really say like, no, it didn't. Like there's not really something which makes sense, right? Like they can tell you you're a snowflake and then you're double hurt maybe. And then they just like, well, that's a different story, right? Um, but they can't take away from the reality that you were hurt by this. And at the same time, it's not really putting the blame on anybody in that moment because you're not saying that this statement was like it was stupid of them to make that or that it would like that they wanted to insult you or something like this, you know? Like you're not making a statement about how good or bad the other person is. You're just making a statement of the result. And if you combine the statement about the result with the thing you need from them. So, for example, just being like, wow, like that like I was hurt by this like so much and or like wow, you just say like this is actually like I'm so insecure about this like that actually like really hurt me like did you like mean like you know like do you not think I can do this or something, you know, and then like question back um or if you say something like like you don't need to explain it like in detail. Like honestly, you could probably just be like, "Wow," and like show your emotions, and then just be say something like, "But you still like me, right? Like you do like me as your friend, right?" Or something like this. Like you instantly like tell them what you need from them, and you tell them how they can reconnect with you. So in that moment, you make it like really easy for the other person to connect with. And it's essentially just letting your emotions talk for you, if that makes sense. And putting less logic between, yeah, between what is happening inside yourself, which, like, on an emotional basis is like not, it's like not entire, like, it's just, you know, it's just feeling. And they come from somewhere for sure. Like, there's logic to feeling. So, for example, if something hurt us, there's, for example, oftentimes like a sort of like like a reason why that hurts us, right? So I might be like really touchy on some subjects where I had like similar experiences with my dad or something, and that's just, yeah, it's like really normal, and it's way easier if we don't try to make it like a logical case where we put like so many words forward and say so many things. But if we make it simple, and because this is so hard, actually, I feel like it's so nice to, or it can be so helpful to focus on how the person feels and which emotions the person shows instead of what they're saying. Like also take it into account what they're saying, right? But it can be so unhelpful to like get offended or like be pulled into this like logical argumentation if something is like right or wrong. It and it can be so much easier to just answer to their feelings. So if they go on about like how something you said is like generally and officially insulting or something like that, you don't need to argue that case. It's not really helpful anyway, right? Like especially when you think yourself like this is something which is like fine for everybody else, but you're getting upset about this now. Like I'm not gonna be on the same side in this argumentation from you, but I do am sorry that it hurt you. Like I don't think I need to change my ways in a way of like I can't say this again to everybody, anybody or something. But I'm just gonna keep in mind that I'm not gonna say this again to you. And yeah, then we can just say like, oh, like I didn't mean to offend. Like I'm really sorry. I honestly I just say this to my friends and it's like a fun, like back and forth and I'm yeah, I'm sorry like you can't know, right? Like you don't know me enough for that yet. So understand, my bad. So sorry, true, but we're not actually like rating songs here on stream. If you do want my opinion to a song, you can have it off stream. So you can just send your song in Discord, and uh, then I would listen to it off stream. But we don't do that live because we're focused on like mental health here. So and now I'm gonna go through all of your messages because I've been ignoring everybody. So let me catch up. It's just all memes of people crying while trying to pronounce Swedish sentences. I never thought of one pineapples before. Yeah, I don't like it either. But it could, I guess, one pineapples on like a sweet dish, like with ice cream, for example. Like maybe that could be nice, but it wouldn't be my first pick. How'd you get into psychology? Because of therapy, or you're just a healthy person who can help? Um, I was always obsessed with understanding um, bigger systems, I guess, if that makes sense, and society and other humans. And this was, of course, not entirely just because of, oh, this is interesting, but this was definitely also because it helps you in society, right? So because I'm like more on the like neurodivergent side, how like humans work and function was like so weird for me a lot of the time. And I just wanted to understand why. Like, why do they behave like this? Like, why do they say one thing and then do another thing? Like, this doesn't make sense. And then at the same time, honestly, also understanding myself. Like, why do I say one thing and do another thing? This doesn't make sense. So I guess this is how it started. Um, And then I was still like in the beginning, I was still like studying IT because I just thought like I'm not gonna get into any psychology university like this gonna like take so long. At the end, like probably I could have done it because a friend of mine actually got into it with like a similar sort of uh like similar grades. But I just thought like, oh, this is like a medicine thing. Like need to have like such good grades, and I only have like a 2 point something, um, like a 2.2 or something I had. So I thought like I'm not gonna even bother, like way too much effort. Also, like back in the day, it was like really interesting, but at the same time, I could have never had the capacity to care for others because I was mentally in like a really difficult situation, right, with my like dad and mom and everything. So I didn't have the capacity to care for anybody really. So it didn't really come to my mind. But then when I went through, then when I got better, like I moved out, then I moved to the Netherlands, and then I did therapy, right? And with the time, I just because I got like mentally like stable, I saw that like now I have the capacity to do that, and it's actually something I really like doing because I really like supporting the people around me. Like I like to see someone progress and be better than before and fulfill their potential. Like I like to see people succeeding, if that makes sense. Like I really like to be a teacher. So that was the only thing I ever did in school already where I already knew like, oh, I'm good at this and I really like it. It was like I was like teaching a girl like physics and maths. And within like half a year, she went up 2 grades. So I was like, damn, like I'm really good at this actually. And I really like it as well. Like it was so amazing to see how she changed and how she turned self-sufficient with this. Like we literally like we didn't need any more classes after half a year because I was able to tell her how she can teach herself physics and maths. Like I was able to make her understand how she understands physics and math. So I understood how she's like not understanding it. And then I thought like, okay, how does she need to go about this to understand it? And then I taught her that skill, and then she was able to just do it herself, and it was so nice to see. Um, and I always really loved my sisters, right? And like try to do the same thing for them, sort of. Even though honestly, my sisters they never wanted help from me. Like I think with my sisters it was like a difficult situation because they saw um how tough I had it with like my dad and my mom and stuff. So I think my sisters are still scared to like burden me with anything because I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I think they just don't want to burden me. Like they want me to be happy, and yeah. But yeah, this is why I really like psychology and I really like helping people because honestly, I just believe in humanity. Like it's like I know like some people of you gonna be like, oh, that's like so so naive and something, but I honestly think there's a good person in anybody of us. Um, and even the people who end up in jail, there's just a bunch of things which went wrong. Like I feel like it's so easy to demonize people sometimes and treat people who got in jail as like a different species. Like they were just born bad people, you know. Treat them like this. But I don't think it's like that. Like I've never seen an evil child. You know what I mean? What I mean? Like I've never seen a murder newborn. Like it's really something where like because of how life turns out, we end up there. And it's not by means like any like excuse of like, oh, they can't do anything for their behavior. Like, no, no, no. But it's just a thing of like, we don't properly understand humans yet, or humanity, or society, really. There's so many things we don't know, and there's so many things which can go wrong. And there's always a connection. Like, if you know enough about a person, there's always a connection. Like, you can always understand how they ended up at that point. Even if you yourself wouldn't have made these choices and wouldn't have ended up there because of them, because not making these choices. It's still a thing where you can understand why. Like, it's the same part of like why are addicts addicted, right? Like, I feel like when you know enough about them, you can understand why. And I honestly think that's something really beautiful. And something that, even though it makes it a really interesting topic, because everybody has their own story, it's something which gives safety. Because no matter who I talk to, if there's space enough to talk about anything, I will be able to connect to them and relate with them. And yeah, did I just get shrunk? Next level reflection. Did I learn this from a book or just deep think? I think from all of it together. Like, I don't think there's one book which can give you the answers to life. Um, but yeah, I always think in these like five head systems, if that makes sense. Um, and yeah, sometimes it's a curse because it's probably also the reason why I get headaches sometimes because I just overthink stuff. At the same time, it gives me a lot of like knowledge and insight, right? Because I overthink stuff. Um, so yeah. But this is essentially why I think I'm good doing this, if that makes sense. And I think there's a quality I have which like some people maybe not. So in a way I think that makes me unique and gives me a unique possibility to help. And hi G4s, welcome, welcome. Long time no see, buddy. How you doing? And for me it's how am I doing? I'm honestly just chilling today. I'm resting. I had like a really busy weekend. I just did like so many things. And then yesterday with tennis, I completely overexerted myself. So yeah, today it's just tea and chilling. Yeah. Sending iMessages. Yeah. But it's not just iMessages, right? Because I feel like this iMessage thing, like we've heard that so often, right? But it's a if we just explain it like, oh, you just need to make iMessages, like I feel I understand, and so on. Like if we make it that simple, I do think there is a high possibility that we're missing the point. Because you can still feel like I feel like you insulted me, right? And then it's not really better than before. Um, so it's really about understanding this difference between if like just because I feel hurt doesn't mean somebody was like trying to hurt me. Like a lot of the time it's collateral damage. A lot of the time it's situational. Oh, Jenny. Your waffles are going so bad. Oh no. I trust you guys. Raka and Ellie, that you were only saying nice in Swedish. I really believe in helping people too. I once watched a documentary about a pedophile, and before then, I literally saw them as something horrible. That was the first time I saw it as they are still worthy of being a part of society. Yeah, there's like it's a thing where like it's a really hard topic, right, in society because obviously there's a lot of people who's like who really who suffered under criminals, right? So there's a lot of people who don't have compassion for them, and that's absolutely understandable, right? But yeah, at the same time, we need to make a system for everybody, right? And I don't mean to like, oh, just let them do their thing, but we need to understand where we can intervene, um, while uh, like if we lead with this premise of they started as a human just like us, um, we understand that I ended up here, you ended up there, and there must be a point to why. And I'm not gonna rely on that point being like, oh, I'm just a better human than you are. But I'm gonna ask questions, find out where that point was. Was that point where, I don't know, you were bullied in school and there was no way to get out? Because even your parents bullied you and there was no safe system for you to get out of that situation and no support system? Or was that maybe because I don't know, like you started stealing because you were financially in a situation where you literally didn't have another choice, and then later on you got financially in a better situation, but it was like a learned coping mechanism, and then it was like essentially like too easy to keep maintaining it. Like, where would have been the point we could have, as society, intervened to change the course of that person to then later on not hurt society? Minus the headache, those are no bueno. Yeah. I'm lying in bed watching Twitch. So many things I like to do, but I'm exhausted again. Oh, I feel you. Do you know what type of exhausted you are, GeForce? About this, when do you think it's better to listen, better to help out? Like, how can you tell if a person is telling things for you to give an ear, or to actually engage and help out, or say something logical, empathetic, etc.? I think honestly, you can always just ask, by the way. Like, you can always ask. Like, you can say how you're confused. Like, you want to help them, but you don't know what they need right now. Like, do they just want you to listen? Or do they actually like want a hug and like a plan how to get better or something? You know, like you can always ask. And they will, like, if you lead with, hey, I want to support you, and I'm just, I just want to check that I don't do anything wrong, like nobody's gonna be mad, I think. But you shouldn't give suggestions, if that makes sense. That's like the only thing. Make suggestions what you can offer. If you have to ask because the other person is not telling you, make suggestions what you can offer. Like, make it because the other person, like, so let me put it like this. if somebody is in the height of their emotions, it's really hard sometimes to be there for oneself. That's why we then are more likely to reach out to the people around us, right? Because we need help. Um, and it's just a situation where, like, because we're in the height of emotions, we might not know what we actually want or need, but we might be frustrated that the person we came to help us doesn't know either. So it can help to just put suggestions forward, because making decisions in that moment can be really hard because we're so up in our emotions. But if it's a this or that decision, that's a way easier decision, to if you make it an open-end question. Like if you ask, for example, oh, like, oh, how can I help you? That's a very open-end question. Like a lot of people might have good answers to that. So I think I would, in most situations, be able to have a good answer to that. In some situations, I don't fucking know. And I don't have the capacity to think about that. And now that you have given me that these questions, I'm more overwhelmed than before. So then I would react frustrated, because in the beginning I would react like, okay, let me think, and then I would notice how I'm getting more overwhelmed, and then I would be frustrated because I'm more overwhelmed, and because I'm like less able to deal with the emotions than before. So it's easier to put a suggestion forward, or to softly try things. Like you can always just be like, you know, and sort of ask like this, if that makes sense. Or just give that other person like go in for the hug and see how they react. Like if they like you go in for the hug and they react like this, like pull back or turn like super stiff, you might not like you just like retract again and say like, oh sorry. Like, is there something else I can do for you? I just really want you to feel better. But if yeah, you like reach out and they like instantly take it, you just hug them until they let go. If they let go, you let go. The question was, do you know in what way exhausted you are, GeForce? Like sort of like physical exhaustion or mentally or I should pet the mic. Are you sure about this, guys? Like this is gonna sound horrible, I think. Oh, noise gate is actually cutting it out. If I talk and do this, then you might be able to hear. Hi, Annalise. Welcome. Yeah. Like, this is exactly like this would be the other way around, right? Like, when we approach somebody, if we know what we need from them, it's so much easier to get our needs fulfilled if we just articulate it. It's really so much easier. It's like, for example, like this is, I think this is also how like um, so many conversations about heavy topics go wrong with friends sometimes. So, for example, like topics like depression or suicidal ideations and stuff like this, because we don't really tell them what we need from them. And especially when we then go on and on about how bad everything looks to us, if they don't have anything to do or help us, it's going to be a really tough situation for them, right? because they essentially see a person they like in front of them fall apart, but they don't know what to do. They don't know how to help. So, for example, like if we have depression, it's like it can be really, really nice to just learn to give, like, set the expectation before you talk to somebody of like, hey, you don't need to fix me or something. I just need to vent how everything is shit right now and exhausting. Or I just, um, uh, um, I just need to like some positive words or something. And like, or like, can you check my perspective if it's really that bad and stuff. Um, so yeah. And it's especially important when we talk about, for example, suicidal ideation, that we take away the responsibility of that they could say something, like that they need to fix it away from them. Because regular people are not trained for that, right? Like regular people are really just like don't. Like some people can deal with that for sure, but there's a bunch of people who can't, especially if it's a person they like and love. And they're gonna be like super stressed out when they feel like they have the responsibility to save our life in that moment. Because if they were to say something wrong, you would like leave and then, you know. So that makes these situations so hard. And yeah, it's like so much easier if you literally just, if you, for example, just see like I need somebody to see my perspective, and can you just listen to me and understand what I'm going through? You don't need to fix it, and it's probably, like I'm just going to calm down afterwards and then like everything is going to be good again. But I just need somebody to understand the pain I'm going through, because that's really sometimes the only thing we need. We don't need them to fix the pain. We don't need them to get it or get it out. We don't need them to check our perspective of like if that really is like a normal amount of pain or whatever, or if we see everything too, too pessimistic right now. Sometimes we just need one person to understand the pain we're going through. Hmm, I see, GeForce. Ah, hmm. So I hope you can find some good rest and then maybe later find some energy again to get the things done you want to do. But yeah, this mug, yeah, right. I really like it. My favorite one. I actually would like to get myself another tea. So I will be gone for like a couple minutes. You've surrounded yourself in cuteness. Yeah. GeForce actually, that gives me an idea. Um, would you mind making like sharing an introduction of yourself in our introductions channel in the Discord? Sort of saying this because I think this can be actually like really, yeah, really comforting to know for people, right? That somebody who went through so much for 19 years is still there, still fighting. Also, Asta and like really everybody here. Blackberry, welcome, welcome. Not a single stream with the mug being complimented. I think not a single stream without the mug being complimented now. I don't know anymore. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing, Blackberry? So I'm gonna start making a tea for myself, and then I would actually like to get into the mental health check in. Oh my god. Of like, or we just get into how you guys been doing for the last week or something. So you all can already think of that. But let me do. Hiya. A bit too full. But it's fine. Just about fine. Thank you guys. I think I figured out something about the whole trafficking ring thing. not supposed to know about, and now I'm afraid. I think I just want a safe space to decompress so I can sleep. I'm testing an ADHD pattern recognition and connecting the system for me, and with all the file releases, of course, I was curious. I see. Yeah. So, what do you need to decompress? Hmm. All right. Oh, get well soon, Esther. Thank you for the lurk. Eating cereal. But yeah, I think you should probably be fine now. Like if you like only know it for yourself, like nobody can know that you know something you shouldn't, right? So you shouldn't be in trouble. What do I play in League? That's a very off-topic question. I really like to play Lux and Soraka. Yeah, just chilling. But we're focusing on mental health right now. I hope so. Is there anything you can like do for yourself to feel safer? Hmm. I see. So it's a bit also this fear of like I know something which could be actually important, and now I have this decision of like having to do something with it. Hmm. I see. I see. Hmm. I mean, maybe you can. I mean, it always depends on the country you live in, but you can always go like full. I don't know. Like full on paranoia mode and sort of like suit up that nobody can like see who you are, and then go to an internet cafe. Yeah. And like send like set up a new email account, and then send an email with the evidence to some sort of like news outlet. You think they would cover that? um and then like never go there again and never open the email again, and see if they do anything with it. And I mean, that's like the full on paranoia mode, right? But it's like I do understand that. um and it might actually, it might be a funny experience as well. To just see how the people are looking at you if you come in there like all like hooded up and everything. um and I think the other thing, um I mean, the other thing would just be like to go talk to people from a news outlet, right? Like just in person. But yeah, like you can, yeah, like you can also like make a new Reddit account, but it's on Reddit. That's also a thing. But it's definitely like with these things, like there is like sort of with, I don't know how advanced the surveillance is. Like we never know, right? Because we're not involved in that sort of sector. Um, but America definitely has the rights to have a bunch of surveillance. Um, and I don't know. I mean, depending on your information, right? I don't know how crazy information it is. So, um, it might be it might be worth to go full paranoia mode, depending on your opinion. I don't know. I just saw it in the background. Sorry. Ah, it's fine. It's just we're like super focused on like mental health right now, so it was like just super random. I still play League of Legends as well. Sometimes, sometimes on stream, a lot of the time off stream. I don't trust my own government with the info. I'm American. I honestly like knowing the like knowing the government. I wouldn't send it to the government. I would send it to news outlets. I would send it to news outlets who have already covered this case and are continuing to cover it. I think there you probably have the biggest chance. And then also like putting it on Reddit, honestly, seems also like a really good idea. No. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How you doing? No, don't worry, Blackberry. I mean, this is really like what this stream is for, right? I mean, maybe like not like these specific cases, but like just for mental health struggles in general. And I get it that a situation like this, like even though like of course like we can think about the case of you just like coming on here and like not even knowing shit like all day long. But if everything you say is true and I'm just gonna choose to believe you, um it's you know, like it could like it can very well be really scary. Um and honestly, like rather take like precautions to a ridiculous level than regret it in the aftermath, right? And like there are certain things where like we don't want to get into that because for example, if we like have anxiety to a point where we like don't go outside anymore, then it's restricting our life actually. But if it's like this like one time situation where you like fully suit up and go like paranoia 3000, it's probably a fun story. And at the same time, it's not really taking away from your life in the big picture. And then it might just be good. I mean, also it's like better like if you sort of like it's always about choices, right? Like mental health and life, it's always about choices. So it really depends on which choice do you want to make. Like if you were to just in person meet with some reporter and or just like on your normal social accounts like put that like on Reddit or whatever, would you from that point on be then paranoid that something is happening to you? Because if so, that's a big consequence, right? And then it might just be more useful to go full on paranoia 3000 once. And at least then be like, okay, now I don't need to worry. I did everything and I'm gonna be good. Nobody knows, you know? You can't find your Discord in your list. The name is Greytopia. And the avatar of the Discord is the Poro. It's actually this emote here. It's not a sheep, Ali. It's a Poro. Turns out Epstein's network was operating on Reddit as well. So I'll stick to news outlets. I mean, you can just do both, right? Like, just because it's also operating on Reddit doesn't mean it's controlling Reddit entirely, right? So, I don't know, maybe it's just like better to do both, but I'm not like entirely informed about that. It's always, I think, also just up to chance of how it goes. Like, it could be a thing that with Reddit, this story like blows up to the point that like even if people wanted to delete it, they couldn't because everybody's reposting it and stuff like this, right? So. Oh my god, Senko. That's a that it's the first time I heard that one. See you on Thursday, Fluffy. It's sad that you can't stay longer. But let's see you on Thursday. And I hope you have a good day. Do you have like all exams finished now, or are you like heading to the next exam, by the way? Like, poros are not cheap. Poros are very sheep like tiny, fluffy sheep. But they're clearly not cheap. Whatever helps faster. Well, this is not necessarily right. Like, it's really like big picture decision here. So I think like the easiest thing, right, would be to post it from your like normal like socials. But yeah, if that's like in the long run like a really bad idea, um definitely like maybe it's worth investing in crazy banana paranoia for a moment. Oh, on the way to work? Oh, I see. Exams are your last in March. Oh, okay, so you still have a bunch to go. All right. Then have fun at work and see you on Thursday. Thank you for having been here. Blackberry and my friends call me Barry. To meet you in your community. I'm glad. It's really nice talking to you. It's actually, I think it's really interesting. So, to talk about like how to handle paranoia, if that makes sense, like how to handle that sort of situation. Because it's a situation which is like I don't think anybody is like it's not really common, right? Um, but I think it's honestly a really interesting question of like how to handle that best for your mental health because it's such a rare situation. But it's definitely, I think, it makes the most sense to think about the long-term consequences and I don't know, like pushing yourself to just like publish it like with your person being involved or something. It's just not useful, right? If that's if the long-term consequence of that is that you always like look back. or have to get over like serious paranoia. Like in that regard, it might just be better to go full on crazy cuckoo beans for a second and then be able to feel safe. I have a regular therapist I go to. I don't experience psychosis, paranoia, or any unreasonable thoughts or compulsion. For communication, I had 97K pets last year. Oh, damn. I also, like, I didn't mean to say that, right? I think, like, it's honestly, like, it depends on, like, how, like, I call it paranoia. I'm not saying it's unreasonable, right? So, just putting that out there. Like, I didn't mean to imply it's unreasonable. Like, I don't know. Like, we don't, like, there is some people who are like whistleblowers who then died for weird reasons, right? So it always seems like this like easy decision to be like, oh, that's just paranoid, and like, our government is so much better. But for some people, it isn't. For some people, it really isn't, right? And you never know until it's too late. So what's your real world recommendation to get rid of my phone social media addiction? Being able to replace the new time with more productive, uh, with more productivity without relapse moments. Mm, hmm. I think it's a really good question, right? It's also a question where there's a lot of individual preference which influences the answer a lot, right? So, for example, for me, when like back when I was like using like Instagram like a lot, I honestly at some point just came to the conclusion like this is wasting my time, and then I put like all like ways of like screen time stuff on my on all of these social medias and my phone. So like my phone is giving me a reminder after 10 minutes, and like the social medias are also giving me a reminder after 10 minutes. And then there's like so many like buttons I need to press through to like stay on social media if I would want to, that it's like very unlikely for me to actually do it. But I think that worked really well for me because I don't have trouble replacing my new time with better things. Like I'm a really creative person. I have like so many hobbies, and I honestly just have don't have enough time for all of them. So I can fill any time instantly. No worries. Um, I think it's like going this essentially like how do you say this? There's a word for this, like raw dog or something. I don't know. But if you go like abruptly from like using social media a lot to like then like putting all these timers and not using it, um, if you are like just naturally gonna fill your time, I think it's way more likely to work than if you don't have these type of hobbies, or if you don't know how to spend your time, or if the only things you would have to spend your time on are things you don't really have positive motivation towards too. So, for example, if you would like to replace your social media time with learning, which is like exhausting and like all of these things, then it's way harder to go from the one thing to the other thing because there's probably two things lacking, right? Like your motivation to learn and getting like the ability to get off of social media if you don't want to spend time there anymore. Um so I personally I really like the approach of introspection. Um, and it's essentially I really like this way of introspection because it's very rational, while at the same time being connected to your emotions. Um, so I would recommend like using this way. It would be, for example, to use a book or do it in your head, but like the more common use is like journal about how this phone and social media time is influencing your life and finding like all the negative impacts it has. Because I feel like once we got to that insight, how much it actually influences and how positive it would be to not do that. And at the same time, also be like, okay, what is it positively influencing? And how do I get this like positive influence from something else? Then it's way easier to replace it because we're so actively aware around the entire topic. So we're less likely to like softly slip back into using it again because we thought about this actively and we're going to instantly be like, wait, I see what I'm doing here, you know? While if you make this decision more like passively and don't go as in depth about it, you might be like, it might be easier for you to like slowly slip back into it because you're not aware of like what's happening in that moment. So the best approach is really the approach which is easiest for you to start, I think, and easiest for you to maintain. And then you make it like, and then you can like make that approach better and better and better over time, you know? So, for example, like in the beginning, you can only cut down a little bit, or you can cut down with something like doing something instead you like doing, and then move to using it more productive and productively. But yeah, in that regard. Personally, I have quite a lot of hobbies and interests, but my biggest thing that is holding me back is my financial situation. I can't get more building materials, for example. So I'm stuck for the rest of the month, not being able to do anything except being on the phone. Hmm. Okay. So, what would you like to do in your like free time if you wouldn't be on the phone then? Like if your hobbies are like not available, like what would be like what are you missing out on essentially? Like why are you regretting being on the phone? Like what is the story evolving around the addiction essentially? And welcome Ludwald. Welcome to the stream. Oh, there's a big topic starting. What is your view on relationship breakup where one side decided they don't have any emotional connection anymore and felt mentally overwhelmed and feel mentally overwhelmed and can't see a future anymore? They said they know that the other person would do everything for the relationship, but the one person decided that breaking up was the way to go. How do you see it, or why then the other person wanted to work on it? I know it feels something you can't force, but it feels like an open end. Breaks my heart. Hmm. I mean, honestly, that's a sucky situation, right? Like, especially if one side is like ready to give everything, and then the other side is just, and even if you give me everything, it wouldn't be enough. I don't care. And they don't even want to try. But I think it could be a great opportunity. Like, the breakup sucks, but I think it could be a great opportunity to actually look at what you think you deserve, if that makes sense. Like, for the person who's um who's willing to do everything. Um, it might be interesting to look into if it's not just I would do everything, but I'm actually sort of desperate for a partner, or maybe like I would even like how far would you actually go? Because if it's everything, like I don't feel anybody should be in a relationship and be like I would give everything. Um, because that could also be just like giving up your personality, right? And I don't think that's a positive thing if you would do that for another person. Um, and usually stuff like this, where one person essentially lacks the ability to prioritize themselves in any way, there's actually a lot of responsibility on the partner to make sure they don't, for example, overstep your boundaries. Because if you're ready to give everything, you wouldn't say if your boundaries are overstepped, for example, or you're like way more likely to take deals you shouldn't take. And you're way more likely to sacrifice things you shouldn't sacrifice for a relationship. Um, like giving everything for a person really feels like a dependent attachment style to me. And I know this sounds like a bit like negative on love, but let me explain to you why I'm thinking that way. Because so to me, I was with my husband together for 10 years now. Um, and in the beginning, in like the first years, we had the situation that he would never ask anything from me and never demand anything, never critique me because of anything. Um, and when I would ask for something, he would like always say yes. I maybe wouldn't get it, but he was always say yes. Um, but it was actually like it felt really unsafe. And it didn't feel like it wasn't satisfying actually to be in that relationship because it wasn't like you're in a relationship with another person, but just with like this like thing with these like colorful birds, they like repeat like learn to repeat your sentences after you. It sort of felt like this, like with like a yes sayer who's always saying yes. But emotionally, sometimes there's resentment and sometimes there's like disagreement, but not able to share it. And that's actually like really unsafe situation then. Even though he doesn't plan to have the resentment or something, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I would maybe look into how you love yourself and why you're willing to like what you're willing to sacrifice, like what the last thing would be you would be willing to sacrifice for the other person, and why you're willing to go this far. To just see if it's a balanced amount or if it actually comes from just not loving yourself. Hi GJ Lord. Welcome, welcome. There's no welcome, innocent guy. I hate that I'm wasting my lifetime on random algorithm stuff that I don't remember like half an hour later. I see. Hmm. I understand why you don't want to like waste your time on like random algorithm stuff. I feel like honestly, it seems like you may just need to find something which is available to you, Senko, which you're excited to do in your free time. So, for example, like if you say like you have quite a lot of hobbies, but your financial situation is holding you back because like those hobbies cost money and you don't have that money anymore now. So now you essentially don't have a available hobby anymore. Maybe there's a hobby you can find which is free, you know. Or maybe the hobby could be just doing something with your friends instead. Like maybe there's something you can find which is available to you if your money runs out and which is something you're yeah, excited to do in your free time. And I mean this could on one hand be like just like working, right? This could on the other hand be just doing like helping in a community center or something. Um this could be meeting with your friends or making like for example also some like digital resources or something. Like a miracle boy. Hmm, that's really well said. Wow, thank you so much. Do you think there's still a possibility that the person would come back, or is it just a learning path which I had to take? Or how have you enabled your partner to build the boundaries? Like, why didn't the other person say, I think you're losing yourself? Please watch on yourself first. Well, the thing is, like, I spent really a long time actually trying to get Zach out of that shell. Um, but it wasn't able for me to do. Like even when I was like in this whole like mental health space and super interested in psychology and had all the right things to say, it didn't even matter because there was no like he didn't believe in love like that working out, if that makes sense. Like he just had a very different picture of love and how that functions. Um, So with that, it was like, yeah, it was really hard. So at some point, I honestly just, I did the ultimatum and I told him like something needs to change. Like this is not working out, and I want to try couples therapy. So then, like, I was already in therapy, and there was an offer that I we could start system therapy. It's called there, which could then, if I choose him, would be couples therapy. So we did this. And I also told him that he should get therapy, and he also started therapy before that already. Um, and that's honestly when like the couples therapist we've been with, like she was really able to leave him the space uh, he needed. I think it was a situation where like essentially like I gave answers too quickly, but also we were too close for him to like not have his walls up. Um, so I think honestly back then it I think it would have been a smarter decision back in the day. to break up and both go their separate ways and try to find out who they are, what they want, how they like to build these like yeah, to build the boundaries and like the life they want, really. And if that, like leads you to like be compatible again, and then you can like always meet up again. Like I don't think like even if we would like go apart now, I don't think it would be a toxic breakup. Like I feel like if a person says they're not interested in anymore, they don't want to try, I think it's important that you let them not try, if that makes sense. Like if that's their decision, let them do that. I don't think it's helpful to keep somebody from the consequences of their instincts, if that makes sense. And we can always make recommendations, but if the other person chooses different way, even though they know, um, I don't feel like convincing them is actually a good idea. I think because I didn't let go back then, and this worked essentially, I feel like that's also part of why for Zach it's actually a hard skill to build now. Like I think it probably would have been easier to build back then because it was just like not like he wasn't doing it for that long, you know. At the same time, I'm not sure if if he would have ever gotten to the point of like starting therapy if I would have dumped him back then. I don't think so. Because the way his family looks, I don't think that would have been a consideration. Um, so I think it's also actually important that to like get out of like a system which is sort of enforcing your toxic behavior like that. Um, so I don't know what would have been better or not, right? Like I can't look into the past and then like know how a different future would have been like. Um, but I think a very important part of boundaries is consequences. I think you learn boundaries because you carry consequences. That leads you to build boundaries. When you fuck up and you get the consequences, you get the feedback from your decisions, and that leads you to make different decisions in the future. And be careful with decisions in the future. Like if you never had to take care of decisions, because every decision, like even if it went good or bad, doesn't matter, was carried by somebody else, I don't think you naturally have a lot of motivation to be careful with your decision. Because I don't think it's actually smart in that moment, right? Like if you don't have to carry out negative consequences, trying whatever and just going with your gut all the time is, I think, probably the smartest way actually to live. It just clashes and crumbles down once you don't have that person who's carrying every consequence for you. Um, so I think it's important that there's consequences. I don't think we help people by keeping them from their consequences. So, and I also think it's important for yourself to choose yourself. If a partner doesn't want to be with you, why would you still choose them? Like you deserve someone who loves you, you know? And there's been like a friend of mine, she and her boyfriend, they actually broke up a couple of years ago because he couldn't like open his mind up, sort of like a bit similar situation. Um and uh now they're back together and they're already like engaged because they're like, no, it's just the right thing, and like he's made the progress now which he needs to make. He's like in tune with his decisions now and able to like stand fully behind it. And then they just came back together. So I think, yeah, sometimes there's like lessons we need to learn, which we will easier learn outside of the relationship. And I don't think that needs to be bad. I don't think life is a thing where you only have one chance. Um, so, you know, and yeah, like you say, like we can't force anybody to love us anyway, right? So it's a thing where we can just accept it like it is now, work on everything we have to work. And in a year, when we still think about that person and we just, we can't get over them, then we can text them and ask if they want to meet up for coffee and see if it still clicks. Started fashion sketches. Very bad. I don't know what I'm doing, but I like to try and make an outfit. All you need is from my brain is for your brain. All you need is a pencil and paper if you're working um and too tired and feel you need to scroll. That would take out too much time. Try sketching and I'm bad at it. So I leave when it doesn't look good and go back to working. Usually sometimes I start scrolling afterwards as well. I think fashion sketch is a really cool hobby. Hmm. I see, Senko. Yeah, I think honestly, just look for a hobby you can do on a budget. I mean, maybe it would actually be interesting, Senko, if there, like, if your budget is holding you back, maybe it would be interesting to look into budgeting and just trying to budget in a more sustainable way, if that makes sense. Like, maybe you can just, like, have time between the projects or reuse some stuff or look into getting stuff from like the trash recycling station and maybe there is like free stuff you can pick up from people on like eBay, for example, um, or something like this. I mean, maybe there's also like I don't know what you do for work, but maybe there's also like a free like um like sort of like a community center for woodworking where you could like work a bit extra, but like it doesn't feel like work because it's like fun, if that makes sense. Or where you can teach kids how to do woodworking or something. And then maybe that can like finance a bit more projects. Or you can try to sell your services. That's also a thing, right? Like if these are the hobbies which are so much fun to you, and it's really also the making part, just like maybe there's a way how you can sell your services and be like, hey, this is how much it costs, but I would make this for you. And then you get to do the thing you love, and um, somebody else as well getting the result, but also paying for everything you need for it. Everybody hydrate. That's really cool, Senko. Honestly, like, I mean, being able to manage money and sort of find good ways how to make everything work in your financial situation is definitely a very handy skill for your life. Um, so I don't know, like maybe there's something you can optimize, like selling your services or getting stuff from the recycling station and stuff like this. Um, and yeah, I mean, you can technically also just sell like old projects you don't need anymore. Um, and then like go into this way of like where you just make something you want and then sell that. Instead of doing like stuff where other people tell you what they want. Like if that's more like if that's an important distinction for you. I mean, that's a bit like of what I do. Like I yeah, I sell dice like sometimes. The dice I have and I want to sell. Yeah. But it's very much like I wait for myself to have the result and then I sell if I want to. So maybe that would be a thing which works. Because I think these are like very like I think the hobbies definitely have a lot of potential to do custom work, if that makes sense. And sometimes you can find clients in your like in the communities you already are. And sometimes you can find clients on, so for example, in the Netherlands, there is a platform called Marktplaats. It's essentially like a website where you can sell like used stuff, but it's also one where like people like put in services. So for example, there's a bunch of new businesses now where people just say like I'm gonna 3D print you shit and you have to like pay like 20 euros, but then I'm gonna like like 3D print you whatever. And that's also like we found a how you call like the person who did our bathroom, like one of them, as yeah, just we found on there. Like he had a very small business and just used that as well. What's flaming mean? Burning something? No. Flaming is like a word in the gaming scene. Um and it's essentially means just like bullying somebody. Um yeah. It's like usually like for being bad at the game, but it's really just like if it's just like, oh, stop flaming me, it's like you're talking smack about your buddy and your buddy's had enough. Or like if you get like reported for like flaming, or people say like or I don't know, like when somebody else is like mean to you, like yeah, they're flaming you. Or like stop flaming her, then it's like somebody else is standing up for you being flamed. Yeah. Yeah, being bullied, I mean. Using flame twice in that sentence doesn't really help. My buddy got a 3D printer and I'm starting to think of getting one too. I honestly like I know 3D printers get very budget friendly right now. But at the same time, I've seen so many people where the 3D printer is just collecting dust in their apartment now because they use it like once a week, which is like, just like not really like helpful. Like it's just like we're getting into a like societally, I feel like 3D printers like aren't a hype and like everybody's about to get a 3D printer. But really, like, not everybody would need a 3D printer, you know? It's like one of those things with like having a drill. Technically, a apartment complex needs a drill, and then you can just lend it when you need it. But we came to the point like with people like not trusting each other and shit, and being like super frustrated if something breaks or whatever. Um, we now have like every household has a drill, and it's useless. Like it's we're overcompensating for being socially bad, you know? Like um, so the recommendation I want to make is see if you can just like like print stuff with the 3D printer of your body, you know? Like just ask him if he can like print this and that for you, or if you can come over and print something. And you know, like then you have like a friend you can like talk to and like discuss things with, which is super fun. And you don't have like you don't waste another like 3D printer standing around somewhere. And yeah, like it's really like it's low key unnecessary. It would be like it's sadly because everybody makes like 3D printing, like even these like businesses on this like buy like used stuff. It's like the people sell it low key expensive just because everything is expensive right now. But then it makes more sense to buy a 3D printer at some point. It's like it's so useless because it just really doesn't need to. Doesn't need to be. So like we talked to some friends the other day, and they were also like, "Oh, like I really want to get a 3D printer and stuff like this." I was literally like, "You know what? Like please just use ours. Like let's try. Like I'm I have an interest in like making our 3D printer like essentially like community accessible to my friends, at least like to the people I trust. And we're gonna make it like we're gonna try to make it as convenient for you as physically possible. Um, and then just you know like print stuff with our 3D printer. Then it's like useful, not collecting dust. Because you might not only need a 3D printer, but also a filament dryer, and then also the filament. And if you want to have different colors, the minimum color is usually like still like a kilo of that color. So then you need to store the filament. Yeah. Some drills, Parkside is approaching the 20 euro mark. Uh, the drills which have the like, how do you say that? Mm, I only find like the Dutch results. I don't know how to say it in English. But the one which is like going through the stone as well, because it's like not only drilling, but it's actually also like how do you say? It has a special name, I don't know. But yeah. But it's still like it's like we moved from like wasting clothes to wasting stuff like this, you know what I mean? It's like the next thing where like electronics are being overconsumed. You know what I mean? It's like I get that it's like convenient, but at the same time it really wouldn't need to be if people would work together a little bit better. So, yeah. Going to the community center? All right, you first. Have fun. I'm glad you were able to recharge a bit. And don't worry, Varna. Like, I understand when like it's really doesn't matter that you don't know what flaming is. I'm glad I was able to help. But yeah, like if it's if your friend, like, you can just like try it, like try to like crowdsource it essentially, um, with your friend. And if that like at all doesn't work, then like, okay, sure, But I think there's like a lot of money people could just save if they would like work together a little bit. Oh, but that sounds so cool though. Yeah, I mean, I know like this is exactly the word I was looking for in English though. Because I think in English like you call the like den Akkuschrauber, you know, the same like the Schlagbohrmaschine. That's why like there's some different like I don't know the difference in English. A 3D printer cafe could be an idea. Honestly, for real. For real. Literally. Like it's so cool because like here in like that's what like the university here. Because the university in Utrecht actually has like 3D printers and even resin printers, and like any student and anybody's working there can like use them. No problem. So that's really cool. Impactful. I see. But yeah, a 3D printer cafe would be so cool as well. And then just have like, like the person like being there just be like really like they know a lot about their printer, and then people could just like print their stuff. Like that would be so cool. That would be honestly sick, I think. But what if you printed something inappropriate at a 3D printer cafe? Well, maybe then you need to order the 3D print online. But at the same time, like most inappropriate things you could print are not that useful to print because they're better made of silicone. Just saying. But welcome, Indiana John. Glad to have you here. Yeah, there's a lot of rules and paperwork, but at the same time, it's it's not like it's sort of okay to have a business, I think. So like if it's really, really small and you don't earn above like the minimum amount, they will cancel you the business anyway. So then you don't really have to follow a lot of rules. And it's way easier. 3D printing hub. I think it was 500 years a year. Okay, that's not a lot. Thought it would be less actually. Oh, but it's wait, it's 500 euros plus though. It's not 500 euros you just get in terms of like you get from the customers. But I think like if it's 500 euros, then it's the 500 euros you are in the plus as the business. So if you, for example, like everything you like own to have the business, like everything like you use to have the business, like the like energy and the like tables and machines you use, everything, Like you can like put that in the business, and then it's like a business expense. It's minus, and then like everything you get, you like calculate against that, and then you need to be in the clear with 500 euros, and that's a thing. Um, I'm just gonna say like businesses on major scales manage to stay in red numbers. So it's like a thing like if you want to do it, you can essentially do that nearly forever. But I think there's like a at some point, like after a few years, they will cancel you the business, I think. If it's not making plus, because otherwise you only get like tax returns essentially. Um, because it's a business, right? Like you can save on the on VAT, on VAT tax. And if you don't earn enough, like I think in Germany it's like 3 years or something, but I'm not sure. But I heard 3 years or something. Then like they're gonna cancel you the business because then you're just like essentially like exploiting the tax cut. Just a club for crafty people. That would be cool. Thank you for the follow and welcome. I booked my flights to Sydney and convinced one friend to do 2 concerts with me, so I made someone almost chaotic as me. Nice, let's go. I hope the concerts are gonna be amazing. And feel very invited to send pictures. So, good morning. Are you a psychologist? No, I'm not a psychologist. I'm here as essentially like an informed friend. Like this is not official like therapy or anything. Um yeah. I made like a counseling and stress management course, and I read a bunch of books about psychology, and I went through a bunch of things myself. But yeah, I'm not a licensed psychologist. Psychologist, by the way, is not a protected term though. Only psychopsychologist is. So just FYI, there's a bunch of people out there who call themselves psychologists because they know that everybody is implying that they would have the proper certification and everything. But yeah, here it's like we're here with peer support, and the way we or like I really like to help people is just like to help like to listen to them first, and then to help them with what they have on their mind, and also tell them why I think how I think. So I give resources and explain why I come to certain assumptions and stuff like this. So it's always like I really try to do a good job to clarify where I know stuff from and what is just my personal experience. And then you can take or not take whatever. Um, but yeah, we're just gonna support as good as possible. So, from what I heard from my psychologist is also not protected. I don't know how it is in like different countries, right? But in the Netherlands, I think like therapist is not protected because you can be a therapist for everything, right? It's just like context implied that you mean for mental health, but you could also be like a therapist for like a bunch of other things. So that's why therapist itself is not protected. And then like whatever coach is not protected, whatever counselor is not protected, and a psychologist is also not protected because there's actually like a bunch of different psychologists as well, and some of them don't like the psychologist. They need like this official like they're going through like the university and everything, right? And then the training afterwards. And um there's actually like a so there's a degree in Germany, for example, which is called psychology, but it's actually not from like in the not leading up to you becoming a psychologist ever. But it's only on the um how would you translate that? Um, hmm. There's like an unofficial medicine thing in Germany, and I think that's actually very unheard of anywhere else. It's called Heilkunde. Um, so it's like medicine, but not officially medicine, if you guys know what I mean. Yeah, it's really weird. Anyways, it's having me a lot right now. Thank you so much for your words. I haven't seen it from this point of view at all. Do you think that the person who chose to break up could initiate the contact when the time feels right again? Might be. Because as the person who got broken up with, it would be like, I don't know, too much to go for because the other person could feel like it's too desperate. You know what I mean? I think, like if there's time in between, um, it doesn't need to be desperate. Like I think the way you ask about it then could be desperate or not, right? Um, but yeah, I think I would just go in like first, figure out how like what's going on for you. And I wouldn't worry about this question too much until later. Because who knows? Maybe you find out you don't even know. Maybe you found out you don't even want to go back. Like who knows? And so I would first like concentrate on yourself, try to learn as much as possible from this and reflect as much as possible from this. And I mean, who knows? Like, they might like initiate contact again. Maybe you just find a time where you feel like, like we met each other like in the cafe and then you just like speak casually and whatever. Like, there could be well enough opportunities. Pictures guaranteed. I mean, technically, I have a stress management and counseling certification. But the certification is from a certification place, which is basically unknown, and that's why it doesn't mean much. Hi, Corrupted, and hi, Pokey, and hi, Tainted Wisdom. Welcome, welcome. How do you deal with all the shitty news that are coming from all sides and currently, especially from the USA? I know watching less news is a way, but then I feel uninformed when talking with friends or work colleagues. Hmm. I think it's a very good question because I think that's something like we all sort of deal with, right? Um, I feel like it really depends on the person. I personally, I definitely like I didn't have a TV before, right? But since I cut down on like social media, I also hear like way less news from all around the world. And that's just sort of the way it is. So when people then like want to talk to me about like something specific which happened, well, that just doesn't really happen. Like, I just don't know about it. And then I like, of course, like listen to them and they can explain it to me. And then I like talk to them about it, right? But it's not something where they get like my informed opinion on, right? Um, but that's sort of like something I'm really fine with. So, like, for the pro of just not like wasting time on social media, and since I just don't have a TV, like, even, like, I just never had one, it's, yeah, it's like a negative part I'm like fine with, if that makes sense. Um, I do like to stay informed locally. Um, But usually, like, the like sort of being informed locally is different to staying informed like globally, right? But I feel like globally there's so little we can do. That to me it just seemed like a net negative. Like, it's, I know from all of the bad things, but I really can't do shit. Like, I can only do my best here. And if I just listen to bad news all like the entire time, I'm just gonna not have the energy to do anything here either. And then I'm gonna be useless entirely, right? Um, so I just chose the battles I can fight, um, and concentrate on them. So I feel like it's really a thing of priority and finding a way which works for you. So, like, like, is it important to feel informed when you talk to your friends and work colleagues? Or might it be actually worth the price to feel uninformed when talking to friends or work colleagues? And maybe there's like something in between. Maybe there's something where like you can follow that like one like news outlet, like not on social media, but on YouTube or something, and then like watch their updates. And apart from that, I think also watching like good news is really important, because our news are more in like the well, negative news sell better, right? So news are more negative, so it can help to just balance, because it's usually about balance, and so it can help to just watch positive views, like news as well, to the negative news, to then be able to like balance it out. um and I feel like when you watch positive news as well, it also helps you to how do you say that? It helps you to regain back hope in humanity, if that makes sense. Because if you watch so many negative news the entire day, right, it can really strip down this hope that there's like a future, or like a good future, or like a possibility for future and stuff like this. Um, and I don't know, like that in turn makes it harder to deal with negative news, right? Because it makes you more pessimistic, it makes you more troubled and more stressed from these news. Because with every new bad news you hear, it's like another point of like, oh my god, this is gonna go so bad, and like I only have a few years to live, or whatever like extreme you sort of like have in your mind. Um so I feel like that's why when you like then learn like watch positive news, because your belief of the world is like not like getting not as destroyed, and you like maintain a bit of hope for humanity. It's easier to see these negative news, but then at the same time believe that, but like society, like we're gonna be able to manage that. Like there's gonna be things changing, and there might be some bad shit happening, and we should definitely like vote for the right person, for example, or maybe volunteer to inform people about the new vote coming up, or go and protest. But it's at the same time you have like some sort of hope that it's going to continue. and there's gonna be like it's gonna be fine. Like it might not be like nicer than now, but it's gonna be fine. The other thing is actually doing something. Because what is so frustrating about like hearing negative news is that you like we learned that we want to do something if there's bad shit happening, right? Like this is really like biologically like basic of like you are sort of put in a bad situation and then your body is turning on survival mode and then you're trying to survive. So when you hear a lot of bad things happening and there's nothing you can do, it can feel really powerless to some people. And that helplessness or this feeling of helplessness can be very, like, especially disrupting. Um, so the thing you can also do is actually look for specific things you can do. And then that can be your way to deal with negative news. Because dealing with negative news is something bad happening is not something unnatural, right? It's a very normal part of life. What's unnatural is that we're so helpless and can't do anything about it, and then it like happening like so many times. And then we just feel out of control. And if we don't have that control, we feel unsafe as well. So it's really crippling our like very basic senses of like how we connect to the people around us and how we feel safe in this world around us. Um, so for example, if you then go on a protest or like join some voluntary club around you, even if it's only about one of those things. So for example, you go like on a pro-Palestine protest. Um, and like there's like so many other bad news, right? But even just going to that one protest and not feeling alone and at the same time feeling like, okay, like I'm doing what I can do, you know, is gonna help you with any feelings of guilt because you're doing what you can do. And it's also helping you with the isolation of like looking around and seeing the world move normal, even though something this bad has happened. Because that can feel really isolating. That can feel like nobody else gets it. And only I see the bad things, right? So if you feel isolated like this, like joining some sort of community where you can express these feelings and this frustration um, might feel very healing. No, no. So psychoanalysis, like I don't know about psychoanalysis, but psychologist on its own is not a protected term in the Netherlands. Like that's the information I just got from my psychologist. Only like the specific terms then. So like um so many psychologists. Uh what is the like psychopsychologist and then there's uh the art people. I don't know. And then there's the people who use sport, which are like a psychosomatic uh, their official. Psychosomatic is actually apparently psychosomatic physiotherapy, the official title. It's hard to find the official title because I only find websites which are explaining psychosomatic, like the word, or like psychosomatic psychotherapy. So maybe psychosomatic therapist. Well, it anyway depends on the country you live in. Did you recently change your username? No. I don't know if you've been here before. Like to me, it says first time chat, cartoon therapy. So not sure, but it might be. Who knows? Like maybe you just didn't chat. Let me know how it's how you're doing, Ludwald. Like you're always like welcome to come back. Oh my god, I need to catch up, guys. I didn't know that stoicism is actually also just like doing what you can and stuff like this. Need to read up about it. Seems interesting. Like the only thing with stoicism I'm always worried about is like um if it's like I don't know, I feel like there's a bunch of people who say like they're stoic, but they're just like suppressing their emotions like super crazy. But I guess that depends from person to person. It's super cold corrupted. Oh no. Are we talking about philosophy today? Well, technically we're in mental health, but we're always on the verge to going to philosophy. Mm, the halftime show. Apparently, a dilemma. If I would only read the first two sentences in a paragraph and then guessing the rest, I would be way faster with catching up. Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. Sorry. This is very cool and helped me. Very respected from all times. Into healthily. People twisted so much somehow. Hmm. Hmm. I'm interested to see. So you say Marcus Aurelius. I wait, actually, we had some books of him on our I at some point I wanted to read books with stream. Um but then I just never did. Mm, but I think Marcus Aurelius was some of the books where I thought like, okay, we can get into that because a lot of his books are or his texts are public domain. Excuse me, can I open this link? No? Okay. Well, anyways then. I just can't. I never understood philosophy, by the way. It's like theories and perspectives on certain stuffs, but neither are true or false. Like an endless conversation. I think honestly, but that's really interesting. Like this is life. No, like we all live here for the first time, and it's just we can't know for certain. Like this is also why like living the best life is not like it's not the same for everybody, and we can't know. Like there are certain things where we have recommendations essentially, and we have studies which tell us that like on average A is better than B, for example. But still, like if we talk about individuals and what's best for the individual, it might be a way different thing to what's best for a society. So there's a bunch of different questions, there's a bunch of different answers, but in the end, we literally just can't know. Hmm. Ah, I don't. Yeah, it's meditations actually. So you say meditations is a good one to start? But that's honestly like low key love why because of this we can read books from hundreds of years ago and can still feel like they knew something we didn't. And we can listen to a child and feel like they knew something, like it knew something we didn't, you know? Because it's not entirely like intellectual, because like nobody can know. And there's so many different parts of it. And that way, everybody can have wisdom in that regard. I was in a town hall meeting for new public park garden, new rental gardens. I was one of the youngest people there. I said so many things that they could do and put in to make it better for everyone, like connecting the paths for the old people. Homes are integrated into the new place, solar panels, a community playground, invisible distance, coffee building, simple rainwater house they use and lessen the strain on the wastewater system. But in the end, it was built up like it was built 100 years ago. And no one put the ideas into the project. Wales was quite active and just nodded. Kind of felt like that meme of the guy yapping against a brick wall. Oh, I feel like if you have like such specific ideas, honestly, make a PowerPoint presentation where you break it down as easy as possible and put hard numbers on this. Like, I feel like sometimes we're so stuck in our ways that we need black, like white on black, no, black on white evidence, which is like essentially like shocking us out of that, um, this like being stuck in this old way. Hmm. I see. Seems really interesting, actually. So it's essentially like a case study of Marcus Aurelius because you like learn so much about him personally. Bro, imagine your diary is being put on display like this in a couple hundred years. You can never know. You better write pretty. Like imagine, like I couldn't imagine. Oh my god. Like imagine I put the my teenage age diary like on display like this, bro. Oh no. Oh. Hmm. And now you're starting to read so much, Kumar. Damn. I feel like religions can be good and they can give people a lot. But they can also be really harmful because they're that powerful. So I feel like, yeah, like we need to be like careful with religions, I think, and mindful of which impact they have. And that after all, we don't know. Like I feel like religions are low key like philosophy to some people. So like philosophies can give you a lot, but if it turns into essentially the like being obsessed with one person and that person being like somebody you can't fail and like somebody who can't fail, not you can't fail, but um like who can't be wrong. Yeah. I don't know, I think religion and philosophy for some people are actually really really close to each other. But and so if religion and philosophy is like just really close to each other, then it's like fine. But if religion turns into yeah, that like just people can say whatever and it doesn't need to have any logic anymore and can essentially like betray what the religion is saying itself, then it's a cult. Because this is essentially like this is the difference, right, between a cult and just like a group of I don't know, like a club or something. Because a cult is you follow a person usually, and that person can do whatever. Like you also have like these official sayings, but they don't even really matter because it's essentially all up to that person. Um, and I don't know, like there's I don't want to say like religion in its entirety is bad because how would I know, right? Um, the only thing I do know is that I think we do excuse a bunch of stuff with religion. So I don't know if religion is bad or we just abuse it the entire time, you know? Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? Like, there's also churches where, like, they really believe in what they sort of like preach. And when they preach, like, everybody, love your neighbor and stuff like this, then it's not just that you like come to church and like preach but don't do, but that you actually do, right? So then it's like these doctrines you have, you live after. And it's a way of, for example, like believing that everybody's good and stuff like this, and like people make mistakes, but you can like come back from anything. And uh, that like society is important and everybody deserves rights and stuff. Like there's some like really nice ideas in there. But yeah, I think a lot of the time it's just really like we have people who are like trying to say like that the Bible said to not accept certain people, and essentially try to abuse religion or like use religion as an excuse to discriminate. Even though then in the second sentence they're like, yeah, love your neighbor, and like everybody is a child of God and stuff like this. So that's exactly like the difference where I'm like, I feel like religion in itself doesn't need to be bad, but it's used in a lot of bad ways. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. This is exactly like in the case like yours, for example, Esther, it's like it's definitely more cult oriented. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that just really depends on like who you ask, right? So I agree that like in a lot of where like in a lot of situations religion has been used to excuse like really horrible things. I absolutely agree that I wouldn't be too sure that the whole thing started just because of power and greed and trying to, like control the people. Like for sure that could be the case. Um but I don't know, like I know people who just are religious but in a way where they like, yeah, they treat it more like a philosophy. It's like, and it's like if you see it as a philosophy, it's not a bad philosophy, right? It's a very basic philosophy actually. Of like, yeah, like murder nobody, like do good, don't do bad. Everybody like can come back from any mistakes, and like stuff like this. Like it's it's not a bad idea, but only if you actually treat it more like a philosophy and less like a cult, right? Like if you like you need to believe in the these like doctrines instead of the person behind them, I think. And just being like some, I don't know, some super being I've never seen and we've never seen and we have no evidence upon told me that like gay people shouldn't exist. That's definitely not really a philosophy. That's definitely on the cult side. So yeah. So for example, when I was in Egypt, I talked to our dive master, and uh, he talked about oh fuck, I should know. This is embarrassing. Um, what religion do they have in Egypt? Ah, Muslim. So it's, yeah, Islam. Yeah. So he actually like I was like really critical of it beforehand because of like I guess like how the conversation started with like some people should do this, other people should do this. Um but I was able to like ask him a bunch of stuff and talk to him about of over like about a bunch of things. And he said that like what is a part of Islam apparently is donating to like people in need and like good causes. And it's actually like required by this religion. And it's not only like donate, but there's actually sort of a percentage of like how much of your fortune, I guess, you should donate. And you should donate in like in any position when you can. And like people who can't donate much, like donate less, and people who can donate more should donate more. Um and I don't know, like that's really nice. And I don't think that like back in the day they like started that religion with being like, yeah, 10% of your income goes to like the like poor people or whatever. So it sort of evolved, I guess, with this idea of like if you're more fortunate, like you should always support your community and you should always try to like pull everybody with you and especially the less fortunate, and especially if you're more fortunate, like you should do it like as much as you can essentially. And I think that's a really beautiful thought. And I think this thought also sort of comes across in a lot of philosophies, right? It's just not um as directly stated. Yeah. But this is exactly what I mean, guys. Like I mean that religion is sort of like a like from what I've sort of seen from people and how people believe in it. It's a like what people call religion is essentially a spectrum from full on cult to philosophy. And so I wouldn't say every religion is bad because I think philosophy is not bad. And I think so like that side of the spectrum, can be quite nice. And I know what philosophy can do to you and like how it can help you to see a sort of like a sense in life and how to make your decisions. And um so yeah, I don't want to like generalize religion and like all put it in the like bad basket. Um but I do think that it's like very, very important to see how religion has been used and abused a lot of the time. To be aware if that happens again. Yeah. Yeah. So, for example, churches are a thing I'm usually never a part of. Because it's just something where, like, I've seen very little amount of churches who actually do what I think a church in, like, coming from my perspective, should do and should offer. But for example, in America, I've seen a documentary where churches are way more community oriented and are sometimes actually the first place where people find shelter or food if they can't afford it anymore, or where people find shelter in food and like help with money and finances after like a I don't know like a hurricane and something. Um, so there's other yeah yeah Yeah. So I definitely agree. Like, I would be critical towards religion. But yeah, I don't think generalized statements help too much, right? Because there might be people who believe in some religion and who are really just seeing it as a philosophy and really like it. And where it's, if you were to look at their life, is absolutely a net positive. Hi Kenji, welcome, welcome. Still made it. So I gotta get myself something new to drink, but I'm gonna be back in a second. And then I actually like still want to do the mental health check-in. Um, we've been talking about mental health a lot already, but I just want to make sure to do the check-in. Yeah. So there's a lot of different experiences for sure. So that's why I don't know. I feel like being open uh is like a very important part, right? Because otherwise we just reject the first good church just because we reject churches. Uh, so I don't know. I want to leave space for myself to be surprised by a good church. The light situation is getting weird. Yeah. I think it's pretty nice that you're mentally pretty okay while you're like hungry the entire time, Esther. Like feeling hungry the entire time can really, you know, um, make it harder. to stay mentally okay. Hi, Ellie. Love the sweater. Thank you. How are you mentally and all right today? Um, so I was very tired today morning. I don't know why, but like yesterday already, like after like since tennis yesterday, I was so tired. And I like instantly like I like feel it everywhere. Like this shoulder, especially here, it's like so so tense. Oh, it's really bad. Like I think I really overdid it. And so today I'm just gonna rest and recover and have a little bit of grace with myself and take it a little easier next time. How about you, Tainted Wisdom? Absolute gorgeous. Thank you. I actually take medication to sleep. If I miss a day, I miss a whole night of sleep. Mm, that's tough. Nice. I'm glad you're able to cook well, Esther. Like that skill is really helping you out now. Like imagine like you wouldn't be able to cook really good and then you have to like only eat like liquid food. Like that would be a food crisis. So, how are the others doing mentally? Like how you guys have been like how is your guys' mental health in the last week? Like since last stream or since the last stream you guys attended? An emote with just the mug? Oh, I don't have tea anymore actually. Maybe I can provide an emote with just the mug. Two days in a row to the gym, I see. I mean, so now you also feel like you overdid it, tainted with them, or you know the secret to the best mental health? Brunch on a Sunday with a gully pop. Oh, that does seem really, really nice. I wouldn't know any restaurant that could bring liquid food. I mean, only restaurants with soup, right? But even then, it's like soup which is like pureed. I feel like if I would call our Thai here and tell them if they could puree the tomka soup for me, they would be shocked. But at the same time, once I told them I just can't chew right now and needs to happen, they would definitely do it for sure. So I feel like you can actually just call restaurants and ask them to puree their soup for them or something. Oh, the desperation tainted wisdom. So how is your mental health tainted wisdom? You have an amazing blender yourself? Yeah, well, then you can just order any soup and puree it yourself. So anybody wants to take part in a mental health check-in and share how they have been doing for the past week? Order chicken curry and rice and put that in a blender. Yeah. Now I'm interested to see what a steak would taste like, a liquid one. Wouldn't that be like super disgusting? Or no? Not sure. Probably, right? Yeah. My girlfriend and I, it feels like I don't do enough, but it's low key hard not being with her and resorting to Discord and messages. What do you mean with like you don't do enough? Getting better. I think when that Sarah does sound difficult, but I guess it's my fault for being weak. How do you mean that tainted wisdom? Hmm. I feel like I'm not emotionally there with her. I've been so busy with school and homework and just living sometimes. I see. I mean, you know, maybe you can just share that with her. I feel like sometimes we expect from ourselves that we're going to be like the super nice, like talking partners and everything. And that we only share like the really important stuff. But a lot of the time, we just want people to be there actually. And then a message of, I don't know, like a picture of you while you're like brushing your teeth, and just being like, oh my God, I'm super stressed, like I'm gonna miss the bus, um, can feel really nice because you're just involved in the other person's life. Like you're not being pushed away because they're stressed, but you're involved in their stressful life. And I mean, some people might get like secondhand stressed with that, but I really appreciate it if people don't like push me away just because things are going south right now. Like I much rather go south with the person than not knowing what's going on and wondering why they seem stressed and wondering why they don't type, why they don't text. I'm honestly surprised my mental health is okay enough with being kicked out of uni for at least 6 months. Maybe it's because I'm keeping busy. Maybe it's because I'm keeping it a secret. I mean, I think in this case, hmm. I mean, suppressing your emotions is also a thing, right? So it could be interesting to find out if you're just keeping busy and trying not to think about it, or if you're actually low key fine with it. Because you're like, yeah, shit happens, you know? What can I do? You're close to being done with university. I'm glad, corrupted. How is it going with the baby? Like, how did your belly grow? Is it is it still bearable? I wish I didn't put the amount of pressure on myself, so I make myself cave. It's really weird sometimes, right? How we just how essentially the fear of not being good enough or not getting something done or something like this or not doing something well enough can make us fail because we put so much pressure on ourselves that we can't walk anymore. It's like one would think that something so like unconstructive, like the body wouldn't do. But it's so easy sometimes to fall into that and to be the person in your way, essentially. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. On the side, the girly pops entice you to buy content, which is part of the business, but it shouldn't be a thing playing with people's emotions. Hmm. I mean, you can not be on that side. It's your responsibility to choose what, well, you put yourself through and whatnot, right? Tainted wisdom. I mean, then you should be proud of yourself, and yet I don't know. Like you're managing so well. Like, do you think there's like a reason why you're managing especially well right now? Hmm. I feel like, especially as kids, right, masking works so well because we're also gaslighting ourselves on top of it. Like, we're not just masking, but we really just try and change ourselves. Sometimes it can be so hard to have stopped that behavior and then feel like now everything is worse than before and masking was better. But thankfully, it's usually getting better. Yeah, exactly, Asta. No, I think that is actually sort of like the common idea, right? Behind coping mechanisms as a whole, actually. So when I was reading the book like Breaking Negative Thinking Patterns, um, I like they made the point again, and this is really a point I always like try to keep in my heart because in the beginning when I like learned stuff about like mental health and informed myself online and watched a bunch of like healthy gamer GG videos and stuff. I sort of I don't know why specifically, but I just came to the conclusion that like any coping would be bad. And it took a while actually, like really like till therapy for me to be like a coping are just survival mechanisms and it's like it's entirely fine to use them sometimes to survive a situations. It's just not fine if you like use them for like out like if you don't need to, right? Like if you're not in a survival situations and you still use it or you just use it for like so long that you can't return to normal. Um and that's also the point they made in that book, saying just that with coping mechanisms it's about balance and that coping a bit in a situation where you have to is really healthy. Um but yeah, it needs to come with the ability to like stop coping. Hmm. Healthy child. Healthy adult mode to correct you. I mean, I'm glad you started working on your life and started making the first steps with the stream and then staying longer in gym now and everything. I'm not sure how you mean the first sentence though with because I have no other choice or I'll lose my sanity. And thank you. I think well actually, is this like a cousin of masking? I think the way I deal with it is only 6 months, but it will be okay and really I'm just in denial. Unrealistic happy thoughts, but technically works. I mean, like coping is something we use to like because it's like a survival mechanism, right? Or a lot of the coping strategies, like a lot of people use the word like survival mechanism or survival strategies as well. And they are really meant to survive a situation where you don't really have the luxury um to do any uh like to progress your like take the time to process your feelings and stuff like this because you need to like the house is burning now, you know. Like you can't now have the 2 hour talk about how to properly deal with this situation. Um so in that moment then you're gonna have like the survival strategy coming in essentially. Um, so the way I see it is that it's really easy to fall too long into survival strategies. Um, and I think the way we sort of like, or like also in these psychology books, is described how we find like a good balance. Um, is essentially that we look at how it impacts our life. So, for example, like sometimes like avoiding emotions is a good coping style and it's going to keep you safe. And then if you do it like I don't know, like for 3 months, it's not good anymore, you know? Like if you don't have to do it and if it's keeping you from like making the connections you want, for example. So, I don't know, it really, I guess, depends on how it serves your life in a moment. Like, for example, if you have this like avoidant coping style and you use it in a situation where you don't necessarily have to anymore, because it's like it's costing you something, right? Like all of these coping styles, they cost you something in that moment because it's cope. And if we need it, they are always worth the cost. It's like taking medicine. Like if I have like a really bad headache, I don't care if the paracetamol or ibuprofen is going to give me stomach pain. Um, because I just can't bear the headache anymore, you know? Like if my leg is broken and the pain is super super bad, like I don't like a lot of the side effects of a lot of the medications are going to be irrelevant because they're always like it's going to still be a good decision to do it. So that's sort of how we use or like how we're supposed to use coping mechanisms and these survival mechanisms. It's like in that situation where I don't know, like some random person is screaming at you on the street. For example, in that moment, like let's take me as an example. Like I'm on the street and like some random man is like screaming at me. Like it makes absolute sense in that moment to have overcompensation as a coping mechanism. Because overcompensation is going to make me feel ready to fight and like stand up tall and not like I'm not going to show myself as an easy victim. And that's going to help me to survive that situation and show that person like you're going to fuck with me, like I'm going to like you fuck around and find out. Like better be ready, you know? Like it's a situation where the means are worth like so much in that moment because the consequences could be so much worse. If I then use overcompensation in a discussion with my husband, for example, it doesn't make sense and it's not helping because the consequence from me like just showing my sadness would actually be like probably that he's gonna take care of me. So it probably would be better to like just not have this survival mechanism. But at some point, I learned that it makes sense to have it because I'm not like safe with the people close to me. And that's sad that I learned that. But right now, I'm not in that situation anymore, and it would be safe. And now I need to unlearn that coping mechanism and unlearn that I just instantly do it because it's not helpful in that situation. Like in that situation, what it does is it drives me away from Zach and it makes me essentially like disconnect from my emotions and also from Zach. And just it's like way overboard. Like it's not really helping the conversation because it's not a situation where like it doesn't matter what the other person thinks of me and like hopefully I just get out, you know? But it's a situation where at some point like I need to explain to him why that hurt me. So it's just wasting time essentially. Even though I feel safer in that moment because I learned for experience that this behavior is going to give me safety. So these coping mechanisms, they're not bad, but sometimes we use them in situations where it's just not smart to use them. Like they don't really help you in these situations. They rather make it worse. But we still use them because we learn through so many experiences that it makes sense to use them. And then we need to put the effort in to catch ourselves when we go into these and stop doing them. For the first sense, I guess, I mean, if I keep thinking about it and not grow from it, I'll stay sad. Definitely taught me a lesson though. And don't let your emotions affect how you react to a girly pop. Just have fun and don't take things as serious. Ah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I think honestly, like overthinking the entire time about your past mistakes can also be a way to be stuck in the past, right? Like, exactly, like you should learn from it. Like, you should take what you needed as an insight from it. But it's also fine to be at some point, be like, I'm not the person I was back there. I took everything I could learn from that point. And like I'm like getting there now. And like sometimes it's gonna maybe like come up in your head. And then it's probably more like a warning of like, hey, this actually feels very much like that situation. Like, watch out. And then it's just like, oh, okay. Okay, why does that? Why does it look like this? Why does it feel like this? But yeah, it's not useful to always like bring it up on purpose. If it does come up the entire time again and again and again, there's something which is not resolved, right? And there's nothing we can't control our thoughts like this, just like this. What we can control is our actions, and our actions then in the end might control our thoughts. So, for example, like I can't, like, if you have like PTSD, like you can't control the PTSD. What you can control is go in therapy and then do like therapy or like helping with that. And then it's going to go become less and less and less. So this is essentially how like dealing with thoughts works. So for example, if you have like a negative thinking patterns or if you have like body dysmorphia, you might not be able in that moment where you get these like really, really bad negative thoughts to do anything. But what you can do is you sort out your social media and like keep yourself like get out of that like toxic environment where these thoughts are being like always brought up and where these are being triggered from and like engage with content which is changing that mindset. So, yeah. But if you notice that like you thought you were over something and then it just comes up, comes up, comes up, comes up, and it's a thought where like you need to like always like, no, no, I don't want to think about this, but it always comes up again and again and again. There's something you still need to do. Like there's a reason it's coming up again and again, and you need to find out why and then resolve that. I know I'm using certain things as copium, at least most of the time anyway. I know I can accomplish so many things easily, but sometimes I guess I procrastinate the working real world thing. It can be sad and uncomfortable, but also it's real. It gets the job done. But different mechanism might work better. Yeah. That's why I don't know, like sometimes like we can't really because like there's no one answer to life, right? So I can't tell you, like, even if I would be the fucking smartest person on the planet, like, I can't tell you when, like, and really nobody will. Like, not even my therapist did that to me. Like, they don't tell you, like, oh, like, this coping mechanism, like, is too much in that moment or something. It's more like they ask you, and they sort of ask you, like, okay, but, like, do you think it's helpful in that situation? Like, what do you think did it do, that behavior? And then you sort of get to the inside, like, actually, using that coping mechanism in that moment fucked me over. Like, it's not a good idea. And I want to stop doing that. And at that point, they can help you to just achieve your goals. But it's really, that's why, I don't know, I wouldn't follow anybody who's giving you like these super I don't know, these like super generalized advices. It's like because not everybody is different and your goals are different and what we really like, we don't know what's better in life. Like maybe it's better to be a dreamer because this world can be quite hard, you know? Like maybe it's like not bad to dream like a whole lot. So the only thing we can do is really to help the people achieve their goals. And if being a dreamer, for example, is at a point where Indiana Jones would ever say, like, oh, actually, I don't want to, like, I want to cut that down. I want to, like, do something against it or whatever, like, then you can do something against it. But if that's not the case, who am I to judge if your life is going to be better with less dreaming? It's just a thing where I can, like, the best thing I can do is really just when you like tell me something like, oh, I actually like, I don't really understand, but I don't feel much about the university thing and me being like done there for like 6 months. It's like the only thing I can do is just like raise the question, right? And be like, are you like it could be that you're like suppressing emotions. Like, how do you like, just help the person like get aware of what's going on around there and help them to understand the story which is happening. And yeah, question from that. Do you ever feel or felt in an early stage of the relationship that that person might think you're weaker than they first thought or maybe less reliable? And do you think it's natural for a man to think that? Okay, wait. Do you ever feel or felt in an early stage of the relationship that that person might think you're weaker than they first thought and maybe less reliable? And do you think it's natural for a man to think that? Mm, so I'm going to generalize that statement to and like put in a bunch of other statements. I think it can be very. I think it's very common at some time at some point to be disappointed by your partner, if that makes sense, and that can be a singular situation. That can also be like you're coming out of the stage where like everything was like so jolly, jolly bolly bee, and now you're living together and your lives are actually becoming intertwined with each other. And now things are not as easy peasy anymore because your responsibilities are now actually connected to another, and you become collateral damage if they mess up. And beforehand, you might have found like, oh my god, like he's so spontaneous, and then like now your lives are intertwined with each other, and now you think like, oh my god, he never plans anything. It's so hard, and it's so annoying. So there's a lot of the time there's like multiple sides to the coin, and it's really good to just talk about it and think about it yourself as well. Like, is that something which is, like needs to change, or is that something which is actually sort of fine? Or is it something maybe where you're so stuck in your ways that now you're really annoyed that your life is changing because somebody with other life priorities is part of your life all of a sudden, right? Mm, but I think what could be interesting in that regard is how you portray yourself to others. So, like, if you notice, it's low key a pattern that you always get the feeling you like disappoint people with like how strong you are or how reliable you are. Then, like, later on in the relationship, might be interesting if there's actually a work difference. Like, it might be interesting if there's this like effect of like new person in the beginning, and then you like just do so much and way more than is sustainable, and then later on in the relationship you come back to the this is actually the sustainable level for me, and then they're like disappointed because it's like just lower than before, because before you went through like sleepless nights and everything and like didn't care if it's sustainable because you wanted to get the girl, and then later on you're like, okay, well, but I can't do this for the rest of my life, like it sucks, but I actually like suffering from success in this moment. And now I need to get back to normal level, and then there's like a huge difference, right? And I think we like with the dating scene being a little bit more of this like swiping stuff and like I guess like more competitive in a sense. I think it's easy to fall into this way where you like overpromise essentially and oversell yourself. And then later on, when you succeeded and like the relationship is going fine and you move in together, then you find out that like, oh, fuck, but I can't actually do this for the rest of my life. Like it's way too exhausting. Like that's why I didn't do this in my normal day-to-day life beforehand. Um, and then there's going to be, well, you have set expectations which you now step back from, right? So yeah. Welcome, ChatGPT Pro. I'm not an English teacher though. And hi, Kuwabara. Welcome, welcome. Hmm. Is it natural for men to think that they might appear less reliable, and have you as a woman felt that, and how you dealt with that? Like I know that Zach, for example, really wants to um get recognition for being responsible and reliable, but he really was not responsible or reliable, and that was a problem. So, like yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated question because there's like so many different answers to this, really. Um, I don't think this is a thing where we can put all men in a bucket and be like, oh, this is biology related to manhood. You know, I don't think that's the case. Um, I think it's very natural for a person to feel like they disappointed their partner with something. Um, yeah, I don't think it's you can be like every man feels like this. I don't think that makes sense. In that moment, you would also exclude women feeling like this. So I think like seeming less reliable. It's like we don't really have any statistics on that. The only thing I could sort of guess would be that um, because women are like at least in most countries more responsible for kids. Um, they essentially like they learn to be responsible and reliable, or there's a bigger motivation to learn that. Um, but yeah, it depends on your personal life. Like you can be a boy who like grew up and being taught from your mom that like it's really really important to take care of the kids. Like you could be the oldest son and took care of your younger siblings the entire time already. So I think it's not helpful to put the gender into this you know? Uh, because I think it doesn't like it's not connected, like it's not caused by your gender. It's caused by the how you grew up, how you present yourself, and all of that. Oh man, I don't have water anymore. Okay, what? Could you select things Zach does? Like he may not get it all right, even if he thinks he does, but you can just select from the particulars that were right. I'm so confused what you want me to do. Explain to me again. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say again, still to Kumar, what I definitely had with Zach is that we both try to oversell ourselves. Like we both are insecure and try to oversell ourselves. So Zach, for example, like in the beginning of the relationship, we actually got like really weird vibes and actually low-key problems with his best friend because he always like he was again he was not responsible or reliable. He always double booked and then just cancelled on his friend because he didn't want to cancel on me because he wanted to seem reliable and responsible in front of me, right? But in that moment was extra unreliable and extra unresponsible to his friend because he just cancelled on his friend the entire time. Um, and then his friend started to hate me actually because he blamed it on me because Zach was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna do something with Leah." So it was a really weird situation, which we had to figure out, and where people needed to be informed that Zach actually is the master of his own decisions, and it's his choice if he messes up, and it's also his responsibility. Um, and I oversold in the beginning in mm, with like how spontaneous and stuff I am. um, uh, and like how relaxed I am with things. Like I'm really I'm like low key a perfectionist and I wasn't noticing how I oversell because I wasn't like purposefully overselling. Um because I like when we weren't living together, it really wasn't a big issue for me. And also in the beginning, like I said, right, he just canceled on his friends, so he was like more reliable to me. But once we moved in together, I actually was like, for example, like he said we would come to whatever birthday, and then I like he told me one day in advance, even though he knew since months already, and then also told me, and we don't have a gift or something like this. And that was when this like being unreliable turned me into collateral damage, and I don't like that at all. So that's when we definitely clashed. Um, because that was a thing which was for me unacceptable. Like I don't want to show up to a birthday party without a present. That's not me. And giving me like one day put me in so much stress. And so yeah, no, Zach just doesn't buy gifts for his friends. That's what he does. Like any gift I bought for anybody is like Zach is always like I earned the money for this and put zero thought into it. You know what's worse? I was probably a better. Yeah, wait. That's where we were already. My friend would do that, except he would make plans with me and then bail and be like, "Oh well, I have a wife, so lol." I was like, nah, I understand that you have a wife and all. I don't expect anything, but don't set up plans with me and then be like, I don't matter. Yeah, especially then putting the wife forward, like she's the problem. Like, sir, like you could just, make better plans. Like, it's not really. So that's what, like, I honestly, like, that was so annoying to me because I was hated by a person I did nothing wrong to. Yeah, for real. Like, that was definitely a thing where we clashed. It was surrounding, like, you were saying Zach was searching for compliments for things he doesn't necessarily do. So rather than point out the things he isn't doing, but highlight the little things he did that you liked. So that's a thing I should be do. I still don't really understand what I should do with that. Um, is that sort of like an advice for me, or I'm so lost. What? Thank you for the follow and welcome. Oh, it was more like risk related. I see. Definitely, honestly, be yourself. Like, it's so much easier to be rejected on day one than be rejected on day 300 when you first move in together. And, like, honestly, depending on the culture you live in, like, that might be after marriage and then she's stuck with you, right? Like, you will give so much safety to your partner if you are confidently yourself. Even if that's confidently yourself being 10 minutes late to every appointment you ever make. Even if that's confidently yourself, that's a thing people can rely on. And they will know. They get to know you and then they know, okay, you're always late, and then they will adjust to it, but once it's adjusted, it's entirely fine. Because that's still very very easy to read, right? Like it's not going back and forth the entire time. Because if you behave like something you're not, you will go back and forth the entire time based on your energy levels, right? Because it's not a sustainable way of being. Because otherwise you would do it the entire time. So it's based on your energy levels, and your energy levels can sometimes be really based on like outside factors, like like it sucks at work, or like the weather sucks, or like so many other things, right? So the only thing you can do, and that's going to give so much safety to your partner, is be confidently yourself. And whoever that is, if your partner makes now an informed choice of if they want to be with you or not, right? Because you have informed them of who you are, so now they can do the informed choice of like deciding for you or against you. If you then find somebody who decides for you, there is a way higher chance that it's a real thing. They're just gonna stay. Nothing weird is gonna happen after the marriage. Nothing weird is gonna happen after moving in together. Like they know who you are and they signed up for this, you know? I wish you told me this a month ago. Oh why? Is Riz a real thing? I don't even know how you would define Riz, but I think how you define Riz is more like, I guess, mm, isn't Riz more of like this thing of like with who many people you can like instantly click or something? So I hate it when people are late. I mean, see, that's entirely fine, and then you would just not meet up a second time. And then, like, no big feelings would be hurt because you would instantly know before you ever, like, invested much in the other person, right? And it would be way better than, like, knowing somebody for a year or something, having invested so much in them already, and then you find out they're chronically late, and, uh, but but now you invested so much already, you know? Yeah, that's so true, Kuvabara. I don't know if selectively only pointing out the good things is nice. I actually don't like that. It was part of like it like I said before how we had actually relationship problems in the beginning, right? Because he would never critique me. He would never demand anything. He would never say I did something wrong. That's not having boundaries. Like if selectively only pointing out the good things is that behavior, it's unsafe. Because it's just not having boundaries essentially. Yeah. Because and that's the thing, like I was the person who never got critiqued. Like you could say like, oh, I have the like better end, right? Because I like never got critiqued. I sensed his resentment and he wasn't able to speak about it. I then got the feedback of the resentment and there was no way for me to resolve it. Like I just had to wait until that resentment either dissolves or he does something stupid. So this is like it's yeah, it's I don't know, like I personally didn't like it at all. Because I also wanted to be a good partner, right? I just wanted to be a good partner, and I can't be a good partner if you don't tell me what I do wrong and how I can do things better, right? So, like, it's also stupid to like always point out bad things about the other person. Then you're just a hypocrite, and you're just a judge for like who asked you, you know. Um, I like if it's instant. Because usually I can instantly tell if a person is pissed off by me or not. Um that's why I then always like I also like usually like bring it up if there was something wrong. But sometimes if you miss the initial moment and then later on you just notice they just are odd. They like behave slightly odd, you know. Um then it's also weird and then it's like way harder to talk about it. Like, I'm a fan of resolving things as quick as possible because in the beginning, it honestly, like, most things can probably just be resolved by you saying, like, how can you say something like this? You hurt my feelings. Oh my God. And then the other person's like, huh, what? No, no, no. Wait, wait, wait. How did you just interpret that? Like, no, I did. What? Like, this is not how I meant. What are you saying? You know? And then it's like instantly it's like over. It's completely resolved. Like they know I didn't mean it like this. I can explain how I meant it and I know that they're like touchy in like that regard and can like then watch my language for like to like make communication easier. But like if you wait longer, people have like they will remember the situation less, right? And then you're in an uneven communication because you might remember the situation very, very specifically, but they don't remember the situation at all. So that that is an odd situation, like because if we get critiqued, we want to fact check ourselves. And if we can't fact check because we don't remember, it's probably way more likely that the person is not going to be able to take the critique. I've always been critiqued and always was critiqued, but no one cares about my actual issues or feelings. Learn to just cut people off. I built resentment, and after a while, with no change, I just removed them from my life. Game over. Hmm. I'm trying to learn past that, but it's hard. Yeah, honestly, I think that's really hard now. Like, are you like, do you like, if you build resentment, like, are you able to voice that and like talk to them about this, or is it just like you build resentment and then you just cut them off at some point? But like, say someone was having a bad day and they're being a little shitty as a person, or some case in which you would postpone it. Yeah, if their mom died or something. But honestly, no, I wouldn't like I would just let it go, honestly. I think so. It's either the situation that like even for the situation they're in, that behavior is shitty and I have a problem with that behavior, like no matter the circumstance. And then I'm gonna like I would like to at least say that in that moment as well, because even for that moment, that behavior is not okay. Or that behavior is understandable for me because they're really emotionally on edge and I know they don't mean it. And then I probably would just not bring it up. Like, I don't know, if somebody's like mom died or something and then they like say something shitty to me, I would probably just let it go. Like, I would just be like, okay, like your life right now like sucks and you're emotionally insanely on edge. Like that you're gonna act out is completely normal. Like that's not something they need to change or can change. Um, like to a certain amount, that's gonna be completely normal. And yeah, and then there's situations where it's like, okay, this is not normal and this is not fine anymore. Like even in that scenario, that is like absolutely not okay for me. And then they're gonna get the consequence instantly. That is the point I was going for. But then honestly, then I wouldn't bring it up later. Like either I'm fine with it or not. Like I don't think I would bring it up later. Like I maybe would bring up questions to look for affirmation that like everything is fine between us, like you still like me, like everything is good, right? And like sort of like clarify if there's like something we actually need to work on, or if that was just the emotions like I thought. Um but yeah, more to like clarify for myself, I guess. Is every like if everything is fine for them and uh like if it's fine for me to dismiss this entirely. Hmm. No, people don't care. Tried it in the past and people use it to clown me. I'm a large black man, so I must be strong at all times. People keep telling me words. They just expect me to get over it. Made me very jaded. I'm trying to work past that. I know our brains have a negativity bias, but I've learned to just stop seeking validation from others. Very isolated. I think that's very sad because I mean, I completely understand how, like, as a large black man, you've for sure, like, I believe you that you made this experience. But I also think there would be people, or like, where it would be different with. And I don't know, I can, of course, I can understand how you gave up hope on people. But yeah, at the same time, we fucking need people, right? We're a social animal. So I don't know, like, even if 99% are shit, we have to look for that 1% who isn't. And exactly, yeah, like you say, with that like negativity bias, it's like it's hard to find the people or not if you expect everybody to be like that, right? Believe it or not, I had a similar experience, by the way, with just being expected to be like super strong and be able to handle everything. And yeah, it's gotten to the point where my mom told me that when I was in therapy, and like try to like talk to her about things, that that wouldn't be me, and she knows me, and that's not me, and I would be yeah. So yeah, it's not easy to sometimes, but I'm on here trying to talk to people and push past my misanthropy. One of the saddest things about abuse is that after getting hit so many times, you just expect everyone is out to hate you. Yeah. I mean, makes sense, right? It's just survival trying to look out for you. Sometimes it can be really helpful to understand why the things happen to you, which happened to you. Because then, like, at least for me, um, understanding why my dad did what my dad did and why my mom did what my mom did, um, helped me to see that they are not like everybody. And there's a very distinct difference from them to other people. And even like with some friends or something like this, like actually trying to like mentalize and see how they ended up in that situation, helped me to see that it's like it's like one part of society but not the entire society. I actually learned in my therapy as well how I actually led to people thinking this about me from the way I've been brought up, and sort of like being stuck in behavior patterns which are based on the assumption that I'm like super strong and can take everything. Um, and based on behavior patterns which try to not disappoint people and then try to be strong and do everything. Um, that I like how I shaped this social expectation for the people around me that I'm strong and able to do everything. Because from back then, I learned to, well, not show sadness and not show that I'm hurt or that I'm insecure or that I don't know things and all of that. And because I didn't show any of that, because I didn't show any vulnerability, people thought I'm invulnerable, which I'm not. So it was a really shitty moment in therapy where I understood this because it felt so unfair, right? It's like I learned this and it was like I learned this because it was like this and it was really shit. And now it's still like what I learned back then, the experiences I learned back then are still controlling my life because now I made it to a self-fulfilling prophecy. And now you're telling me it's my fault and I need to put the work in to change that. That was really annoying. Yeah, but I can't constantly be understanding of the entire world. I can only try to give people grace, but at the same time, I'm not a spittoon. I deserve grace too. No, I think you do. I don't think the solution to this, and I don't want to come across as to portray it's the solution to this. That the solution to this would be giving everybody a second chance 1,000 times over and over again. This is not the right approach. The right approach is take for tack. Take for tack essentially means that there's consequences, but people are allowed to come back from consequences. It's essentially the most successful game theory. And they sort of like help us portray a picture and like how you survive best and stuff like this. And it's that if somebody else does you wrong, there's consequences. But then they like can come back from these consequences. It's also a thing which is like this is the optimum, right? But it's the optimum for like you technically you don't need to give people a second chance, of course. At the same time, like nobody's perfect. Like if we want to have a friendship, and even with the best friendship, there's going to be moments where the other person is hurting us, and that needs to be fine. Like safe attachment is defined through mistakes being able to resolve as well. Like it's okay to make mistakes, the other person will tell you, and then you guys going to be able to resolve the mistake, and then everything is going to be fine again. Like this is a very important part of safe attachment. And what this means as well, though, is that we don't waste energy on people where they don't really they don't take it serious, right? And they just they just brush over and dismiss the need you have, or like you coming up to them and saying like something is not okay. If they make jokes about that and don't take that serious, that's the wrong person for sure. Like there needs to be both people working on this, and then it's absolutely worth like trying to like explain something and go over it again and forgive other people and everything, but there needs to be a initiative from the other person um, to do right by you. So if you go to somebody, to a friend, and you tell them like, "Hey, what you said before actually sort of hurt me," and like, do you mean that for real or something? Um, if they make jokes about that, and you then clarify like, "Hey, I'm serious here. Like this actually hurt me. Like I need to know. I don't think like I want to be friends otherwise." And if they then not take it seriously, that's not like they don't take the initiative. And then the consequence of that is that you keep your distance and that there's no closer connection. And that way we sort of like find people for like trial and error where like they're interested in us
being happy and being healthy and being, having a good connection to each other. And I don't know, like these are the people we need to find, but it's definitely something where it takes effort to find them. Like it takes time, it takes tries. It also takes throwing the wrong people out of your life and then giving new people another chance, right? But so I don't think your mindset here, Kuwabara, is wrong. I think you're like you're entirely right. Like you're not supposed to understand everything the entire time for the entire world and just, like take it and take it and take it and take it. I don't think that makes sense. I think that's not optimal. And I think you're entirely right that you deserve grace. I do think that the way we get over something, a problem with a friend, needs collaboration. It needs us to tell them there's a problem and tell them what we need from them and them to take us serious and help to find a good solution to this where everybody's happy with. It's also hard to show vulnerability when everyone you've known are just going to screw you. And I know that's the unhealthy view, but there are real reasons we do these things. No, they are, certainly. Like, for sure, there's real reasons we do these things, for sure. And honestly, like, the things we learn and sometimes our gut feeling is not as wrong as we think. And for some situations and for some people, the things we learned are going to be the perfect solution, right? But if we give up on society, that's not a solution either, right? Because we want friends. The only way we're going to find the friends we want is through trying again. So nobody's asking you to be vulnerable with the shitty coworker you already have a shitty gut feeling of. You know, you don't need to. It's a way of looking for the right person to take the first step in. And like doing it with good friends, maybe, when you think they have the capacity for this. Or maybe with like saying yes to a friendship at a new club you joined, where usually you just would be like, oh, that person is so uncool, such a nerd, you know? But maybe this time you say yes. And you just try some different people. Because maybe you only ever try to be friends with the idiots. Who knows? So it's it's definitely hard to show vulnerability. Like it's not easy. It's still not easy. And there's definitely people who are gonna abuse it and say something shitty, right? We're gonna get better at deciphering who could be a good match for us and who wouldn't. We're gonna get better at stomaching if somebody treats us shitty. We're gonna get better to take some measures to be open to new people, but at the same time be safe if something goes wrong. You know? Maybe not give them our credit card on a first date. We're gonna get better at starting with something vulnerable, which is, you know, maybe easier to start with. Hmm. But why can't you have hope? Why do you not want to have hope? Because I think hope is the thing which keeps us going. I don't think hope is a scammer, you know? Like you say it's a scammer, like you wouldn't want hope. But I think no, but the way you're saying it is like I wish I wouldn't have hope, but I have. But I think it's good that you have hope. I think hope is the thing which drives progress, you know? Like despair never started progress. Like despair is just like, yeah, life sucks, whatever. Like I can just like I don't even need to try anymore. Like hope is the thing which keeps us going. It always leads to pain. No, it doesn't. It leads to more chances. It leads you to try again. And if you fail again, that might be painful, but you can still succeed. So hope is the thing which sets you up for another chance. It might take a bunch of chances until you win the lottery. What's even the point of life? Then pain is inevitable. I don't think pain is not supposed to be a part of life. I think that this idea to like of wanting a painless life is actually not really connected to wanting to live. I think wanting to live and being alive is going through all emotions, going through everything, experiencing everything. I think going through life is really trying again and again and again and getting better at it, learning. There's like pain must not always feel so bad, if that makes sense. Like when you're depressed or something, pain can feel really scary and pain can be really overwhelming and pain can be something where you can't handle it and you can't take it. For a mentally healthy person, they don't not have pain, but they know how to endure it, they know how to overcome it, and they know how to handle it. They know how to set their life up in a way how they take risks, but informed risks. How they only take the risk where, like, okay, like I can handle this if it goes wrong, but it's still worth taking the risk. Like I'm aware of what can happen, but I'm still gonna do it. And if it goes wrong, they will be able to handle it and it's gonna be fine. Like, for example, like with this stream here, like sometimes we have really, really heavy topics. And it's not like I don't care about you guys, right? Like it it's painful to hear how you suffer sometimes. Like sometimes it's more painful than other times. But it's not easy to hear how you suffer. It's not easy to hear how you feel like there's no light at the end of the road. And I know that I like I don't know that I don't cry often in stream, but it's a thing where it's really sad and I wouldn't do this if I wouldn't think it's worth it. But at the same time, I'm able to do these streams twice a week. And then I'm able to handle whatever the implications of it are. Like when we talk about like suicidal ideation and there's a person coming with like, yeah, I think about it sometimes. There's not a way how I can guarantee they won't commit suicide in the future. And I have ways to like handle that and handle the implications of that. Like there are some people we talked about, and I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but I do. There's some people we talked about suicidal ideations which haven't yet come back to stream. And I notice because I care. I care deeply. And it's something where it's part of it. Some days are good, some days are bad. Sometimes love hurts, sometimes love feels really great. And it's just like I could avoid that pain by not having this stream and just streaming League of Legends, for example. But then we also wouldn't have these moments where we talk about these topics and connect so deeply. And even if we don't connect over something positive, it's still so much worth. Like, I think it's so beautiful how honest you are and how much you trust the stream and open up and are vulnerable here. And I feel honored every time. And it's something where like all of this is worth this moment when somebody comes in and say like, oh, that helped, by the way, and thank you so much. Or comes in and like, oh yeah, I tried that and it worked so well. You know? Yeah. There's definitely like, yeah, there's good parts and bad parts, right? Like I don't know, like it's really like with most feelings they're on like they're like the same line, just one end and the other, right? I don't know, like the more you love a person, the more it's gonna hurt if you lose them. But in the end, having loved them for so long is hopefully worth losing and suffering because of losing them in the end. And hopefully, we will never even ask ourselves if we should have never gotten to know them. Because it will be so obvious to us that it was all worth it. Hi, Grim Reaper, welcome. I just stopped going to therapy because it makes me feel bad too. I talk about my childhood, they cry. And then I'm like, I'm just doing this to make them cry. It makes me anxious, and that anxiety makes me want to detach. Try a different therapist. This is not going to be the case with every therapist. It's actually like to me, it's uncommon that they cried because of what they heard. But sometimes it's honestly just the type of therapist you have. My therapist never cried. Like also like all the therapists I ever had never cried because of my childhood, and there's a bunch of bullshit. But really, therapy is such an individual thing. So you can't really try one therapist and then be like, oh, therapy as a whole doesn't work for me. Because every therapist is a bit different, and you just need to find a therapist you click with. So, and there's a bunch of different therapy, how you say that, like how people do therapy, and what sort of, um, like how they try to help their patients. But League would still have the people with mental health struggles. It's all the same broken people. You would still help them because of your kind heart, even without trying. If I would just have a gaming stream with League, I would help them to cope. And I knew very well back then, because I had a gaming stream, right? I knew very well back then that some of them were coping too hard and were actually sort of avoiding living through so much coping. And I was not helping them. Yeah, but there's like very many different types of therapy. So, and many different types of therapists. I just listen to therapy podcasts now, take from it what I can. Well, the like that's good. That's psychoeducation, but the part about therapy where I think therapy can really change something, and what like therapy offers in my like what other things like online don't offer, in my opinion, is that a therapist helps you to plan the first steps you want to take. Like they also give you the psychoeducation you can get from a therapy podcast, but it's essentially you get a therapy podcast for yourself based on your like the things you specifically gone through and the topics which are really relevant to you. And then they help you to take the first step by being sort of like your body while taking that step, and like making it safer to take that step, because they help you with like emotional regulation and stuff, and then sort of like help you like to keep going and like find the right goals on the way as well, so that you don't expect something too much from yourself, but you just give yourself the grace you need. And they also honestly are a person where, from like the experience I made, was they were like the first person who really understands me and to who I found like really good trust with. And that was something very special for me, because that gave me a lot of um, confidence that there's like more people who would understand me like this, and so on. I've tried like 6 different therapists. I feel like people sometimes don't want to admit this. Therapy doesn't work for everyone, just like meditation doesn't work for everyone. Mm. I feel like, because like that's the thing. Like I don't want to say like therapy doesn't work for everyone, because I think there's so many different kinds of therapy, right? So there's like psychosomatic therapy, there's art therapy, then there's schema therapy, and there's like so many different approaches to therapizing somebody, that I feel like there's, you know, it's like really hard to be like none of that works, you know? Because usually like nobody has tried everything. Hi Basti, welcome. But I mean, yeah. There's so many kinds of different meditations too. Yeah, but meditation is like the same concept. Like it's sort of like it's sort of like saying like sport is not good for everyone, you know? But then like sport can range from from esport to like esports to like basketball, tennis and like all the different things. Like I don't know. Talk therapy. Yeah, this is why, for example, like, do you know about psychosomatic therapy? That's actually like not talk therapy. So that therapy is essentially based on like exercises you do with like your body, and then like art therapy, for example, is also not through talking. So yeah, there's a bunch of different therapy, right? So and so psychosomatic therapy is actually really interesting. I think art therapy is also really interesting. I had like one or two sessions of like psychotherapy, psychosomatic therapy, and art therapy, and it's it was really insightful. I really liked it as well, and I would have definitely done more of it. But they weren't comfortable with English, so yeah. Yeah, exactly, Kumar. That's the difference with like if you have like a therapist or coach or something, they like help it to like put it in action. So it's just that like extra step to get from the theories to doing something. Psychosomatic therapy is Western rebranding of Eastern concepts. I mean, you can say like this. I don't think it matters though, um, because like all kinds of therapy concepts, and like everything we know about psychology, right, is like as old as time. Like some of these concepts. And some of them are really just like as old as time. And then we made studies which showed that like just biologically it like works for a bunch of people, right? So I don't, yeah, I don't think it's like necessary to like make the differentiation here of like, oh, it's just like a rebranding of whatever. Because yeah, like everything we know in psychology really comes from everywhere. Um, and yeah, so I guess it's like some things are like more common in some areas than other things because of the like where it's like culturally locally from and where then the like experts live, right? Um but yeah. But it all started coming together in psychology, and I think that's actually really nice. Like I think it's really nice that we don't, just leave something as like, oh, it's just like some Eastern concept, like whatever. Like we here in Western, we have like only real science and whatever. But I think it's actually like really cool that we like just that this knowledge is coming around and actually showing us like there's so many different ways, and we have like knowledge from everywhere and wisdom from everywhere. And that like most traditions, like a lot of the traditions we had from like really, really old, are sort of based in some truth. Maybe not the most efficient way of uh, making that, like putting that in practice, but yeah. Yeah. With their science and who has the resources, that's definitely a bias we have. Like if you look at like what is being science done on as well, right? It's also like, for example, like more like male topics and female topics because women weren't the one who were sponsoring the science. So there's definitely like still a lot of bias and like resources being more put into topic A than topic B and stuff like this. Hmm. I actually like I know that like when something like meditation or yoga like came up in therapy, it was just called meditation or yoga. So if there's sort of like resentment that oh like they're just rebranding it or whatever, like it was very clearly just like called yoga or meditation. It was not like they didn't try to use any like weird language or something. And like the psychosomatic exercises like I did in my therapy were actually like um yeah, not that, but it was definitely like therapy exercises. Like it wasn't something like people just randomly do as their morning routine. They were all exercises like to make a point. So one of the exercises was essentially to make the point that I don't make boundaries and try to carry the world on my shoulders. The exercise was that I was like um, on sort of like a wiggling half ball situation thing, and I had to catch like all the balls she's like throwing to me. And then at some point she just threw at me, and I couldn't catch the balls anymore. But yeah, I also didn't say no, or like stop or something, um, because I didn't think I could. And then she pointed that out afterwards, and I was like, okay, I got the point. Like, you wouldn't have had to throw the ball in my face, but I get it, I get it, I get it, okay. But I think it was like a really, like, it was a really useful experience, I think. Um, Even though I do take that ball in my face personal, because she was so right. Like I could have just said like, "Oh, stop!" Like, "Oh, I'm like, I have enough," you know. Like I could have said that the entire time. Like she never told me I couldn't, but I just didn't because I felt like that was an unwritten rule. That I for whatever reason couldn't. I think the reach is all that matters. If it helps somebody, can we just be happy that people are being helped? Yeah. Okay, party people, but I was going way too long already. I can't keep going for longer, and actually, I just remembered that I have D&D today, and that's literally in half an hour, and I still need to eat. So we won't have time for my going offline routine of like the belly breathing and stretching, because I need to get ready ASAP. I just forgot about that appointment completely. Um, But let's do All Stars still. Like, I'm really sorry this is like so abrupt, but I literally just checked the time and I was like, fuck, true. So this is like entirely on me. I just forgot about it. Um, but we're gonna see ourselves on Thursday at 12 CET or 11 UTC or 6 a.m. ET. We can hyperventilate stuff now. Yeah, sure. But let's do All Stars. What was your favorite part of the stream today? I mm, I really like talking about vulnerability. Um, and hope. I thought that was really interesting. They talk about resentment. Yeah, yeah, that was really nice. Mm. Kumar, what was your favorite moment of the stream? Let us know before you leave. I'm just thinking about. Oh wow. My mug is over. Is the all-star German coming through in that moment? Shock. Mm. I really like talking about coping and survival mechanisms as well. I thought that was really cool. Um, or like here in the end, like also the salsa analogy. Like I was talking about beforehand about like how it's like important to be able to make mistakes in a relationship. Um, uh, is important, and with the metaphor from the book, like from the psychology, like a relationship psychology book I'm reading right now, of like to like dance salsa together with each other, you need to be able to step on each other's toes, or like be okay with stepping on each other's toes every once in a while. I'm glad it can help. I'm glad my mistakes can help other people. I mean, then even more than two people can learn from them. That's crazy. Um, what else did we talk about? The pleasant, so cute. All right. So then, um, I'm gonna end the stream here. I really thank you all for being vulnerable here and taking part in these deep conversations. I really enjoy them. And I hope we were able to help or at least give a bit of support. And for anybody who isn't part of the Discord already, we have a Discord server. And if you ever want to like watch anything again from the streams here, the VODs are always on YouTube, so anybody like can like check up on what like we talked about. And yeah, if anybody wants to support me, then I also have a shop where I sell like a bunch of digital stuff and shit. Yeah, blue shirts too. Yeah. Did you see the new shirts, by the way, Indiana John? What do you think of them? I wanted to do it on Friday, but then nobody answered, so I was scared that nobody would be there for the stream. And then on Saturday I didn't have time, and on Sunday I didn't have capacity anymore. So we'll see when the D&D stream is going to happen. I do have to say, today after the stream, like right now, my voice is kind of hurting. So I will probably take it easy the next couple days and not do a stream to just make sure I don't get sick, because my throat is usually the first thing getting like weird. It's great that you keep your microphone all cozy and warm. Of course, I care for my microphone. I mean, that's the thing, tainted wisdom, right? Like, as long as you don't look for help, it's really hard to come across some. Dragul, we're going offline right now. I'm really sorry, love, but we're gonna be there on Thursday again. In Church Plural, I saw one new one that I really loved, the Hurt People one. Yeah, I put up so many. You need to check. The Hurt People one is my favorite. Like we actually also have it. But yeah, there's a bunch of new shirts actually. You should take care of your voice. It seems hard every time. Yeah, it's really like just it's because of the like temperature and everything right now. It's like because like the air here is like really dry because of the like heater like heating air, right? Um but then outside it's like super cold and everything. It's just a really bad combination. I don't do well in these temperatures. I need warmer climates. I saw your notification. Rushed home for the DNV. No. No way. Now I feel so bad that I didn't do it. It was just a question and yeah, and John, no. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna try and just like commit for it the next time and just see how many are gonna be there. Oh yeah, yeah, we have those actually. That's a good idea. I will. And I'm also gonna drink something, but I already drank everything. So warmer climate, great is moving to us. I honestly, like if I ever move, I'm gonna move to a warmer climate. Period. Dragu, I still have to leave. I'm really sorry. I don't have time for this right now. I am meeting my friends at 6. I still need to eat. But you guys can stay and chat. Have fun. Love you all. See you guys next time. I have an alarm for 4:30. Oh my god. I appreciate that so much. See you in the next stream, Dragu. See you everybody on Thursday. Bye. Be healthy, guys. Look into your body, like see if you need water, nutrition, social contact. Maybe walk outside for a bit, air out your room, check in with